Вот я говорю, потребляешь как, либо как, понимаешь? Нет, понимаешь? По себе он так думает. Вопрос, как бы, как же, да, смотрите сами, что делать. Хорошо, а как лучше жить? Вот твой вариант. Я, да, понимаю. Работать надо всю жизнь, стараться лучше сделать себе, окружающих. Все вместе и сразу думай сам, короче. Даже если ты не хочешь, все равно придется. Это не шизофрения, а просто нормальное двоемирие. Типа того, да. Обычно. Дякую. Да, вот это и есть пацан, да. Вот надо. Ясно, что выглядит. Да, здесь надо работать, понимаешь, как эволюция. Да. Все животные, надо работать, пахать постоянно. Как угодно. Для того, что ты понял меня. И это единственное самое. Человека, она не животное, ну, чтобы нам понятно было. Она может быть животное, но на уровне человека, поскольку ты человек, передаю себя для животных людей, то себя уж мне это не касается. Да, то есть разделил живых существ на животных человек, на людей и животных. У меня Мне это не касается, я говорю, что функция это громко сказано, только новый уровень. Hello. Hello. Hi.
How you doing?
Very well, thanks. How are you? What about you?
Doing well.
Very good. Okay. So are you ready? You prepared?
Okay. I am.
Show something or something. Okay, what was this? Some tune it could be interesting, yes, could be interesting. Something was nice, you can bounce. Yeah. Okay. Я была песня с ее song. Okay, let us introduce some. A very quick reminder, maybe, okay? About about singularities and so on. Just very quick, yeah. So here we go. Our count and how the fingers work. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and yes, and these notes 4 to 4 common sense. Okay. And that will be our left. Hey, yes, our left hand. Oh, I'm okay on the screen. Can you see me? Oh, yeah. Wait a second. You can see my fingers. My pen, okay. Sorry. Okay, yes, and but you don't see the let us just remember the rhythm basics, okay? How they work together. So, hopefully you respect it, okay? The middle C, yes. The middle C is connected like a border with the sun, blah, blah, blah. So, yes, for the left. For the left now, okay? And our count is 1, 2, 3, 4, and make phrasing unity, okay? 1, 2, and... Yes, could you try to read this paper right here, okay? Yeah, like this, okay. Sorry, yeah, looking at the notes, yes, being respectful, ну как это, то есть, как это не надо? Окей, ну ладно, не надо. Окей, try to read the notes, okay, read together. Okay, A, B, C, and so on, yes. Yeah. So, because the key of and so on. Yeah, ну, она подтягивает. Не надо. Ну да. Okay. Very well. So, where was it? Yeah. Let us learn this song, okay? Because I think it will sound... Dancing or something, yes, may develop this thing. If you catch the trick, you may then move your palm on the and find some tricks to count, yeah, to count. Maybe some little decisions, anyway, two chords you have to respect it, yes. So, incompleteness, yes? So, here we go. So, our tonic, don't be surprised, this song will finish if you play like this, only when you step it on the sheet. I mean, when you try to finish this song, so you make abstractions and blah blah blah, and when you try to finish, you want to be able to finish and complete. Of course, you may other chords, but it sounds very respectful, yes. Это sounds, это что такое-то, на свет. Because one more time. So here it goes. So our left hand is like a singer and right hand helps like a compliment. And always close. Okay. So now watch. So how it works? Okay. Yes. We have two chords in your right hand. it goes. Look careful. Okay?
This one and this one. So we have basically B, which is added B and C. Either E or either C. Either B or either C. Either E or B. So and I add them. Tam, yam, tam, tam. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and other chord. 1, 2, 3 with a counter. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and I have a waltzer almost, yeah? 1, 2, 3, yam, tam, tam. You can actually play it with your sister. But be very careful, yes. Catch the rhythm together and counter together. Yes. Correct, not make complication, no complicated chords, only this, only.
Yeah. Almost, one more time please. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, very good.
Yes. But with the count, don't play like this. Play 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, feeling. People love feeling music almost, yes. 1, 2, 3, you are selling the feelings actually. You are not selling sounds or anything. Piano is very old instrument. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like a fairy tale image. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, kind mind, yes, kind, yeah. And left hand goes dancer. Follow very long, you know, like a bow. And right hand goes catchy, and like a piano or something accompanied. So, and here it goes, okay? But you have to be careful because then there will be okay. If you catch yourself that melody doesn't respect, you go again, go to this triangle, okay? You don't have to think about something like that. You forget about this because it is scale. Yes. Or it will sound like a weirdo, okay? We have this kind of triangle here, yes. Don't forget about it. And here is our melody. E, F, G. Okay, and please respect it. Repeat it, please. Okay. Very quick. So basically, this melody goes on with four, not chords. Okay, four chords. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, okay, if it's so easy, just respect it to play. Okay. Yes. No, One more time, be careful. Here it goes, the triangle. Make a triangle first then. Here, 3 combinations. Look at this, 3 combinations. Put finger here. Left hand. Yes, and now play like a triangle. E and G around. Yes. And now try to do this. Yes. So it is the beginning. Yes. Thank you. If you play this beginning, it's a part of E minor, either or G major scale. Two scales complete this, okay? So, scale degrees. And now you add one more, it goes B, F, G. Yes. Yes. Don't haste. Don't hate. 1, 2, 3, 1. Don't rush me, yeah? 1, 2, 3, enjoy. I'm like singer, I'm like waiter, yes. Partially light waiter, but some mostly voice. Okay, mostly. So, and this is common, it is louder, and now play this chord, please. 1, 2, 3, 1, hold, listen, 2, 3, and you add this 2, 3. Okay, wait. Yeah. So here you go. Yeah, you can actually if you study, but don't be respectful here. Look at me. So and now I go to the triangle, and now to this to the dial. So we have we basically but chord is changing, we have 2, 3 now. Don't haste, you can play. So, but you gotta learn it anyway. Your brain should understand it, okay? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. And now you go to these 2. So we have yes. Another time. So it's like because yes. I understand that. So we have 2 chords. Ну это уже вариация, не знаю, понимаю. So, 2 chords. 1 chord and only 2. So basically we make them with our just choices. So we go first chord, this is for the second chord. And now we'll be repeating, so look at the notes so you will see them at the sheet papers, I mean. And you will see them. Here is the first chord and here is the second chord in the second row, in the row. And here is, and now we repeat the second chord in the next phrase and then return to the first chord. So it goes like 1, 2, 2, 1. So we go 1, then 2, 2, 1. And it sounds great. Okay, look at me now. 1, 2, 1, and my first chord. And my second chord. And as a prolongation, I play the second chord in the next phrase and it makes it completely wider. Yes, it completes. Again, second chord and return on the fourth. And I return to the first chord. Okay? And it makes the half of a phrase. Okay? Okay, and here, now, could you please... now, here is my... Go on, try please, okay? Go on. Could you please? Very well. Now search melody. And melody turn around. Look at this. Okay, very well. Here's melody. Very well. What are you doing? I'm showing you the melody. So it makes like turn around to the next button. Like a dancer, да?
any so I like go up but turn around this very slightly like skate. Okay. And the second chord again, okay?
Wow, wow,
Wow.
Yeah, very well. Almost there, but this is, yes.
And here,
And here is connection phrase. Here is connection phrase, and in the middle it goes.
And the question goes on this, on something in the middle unpretended, okay? Unpretended, yes? And it goes like this. Yes, and this chord goes, okay? And go, yes, first chord, yes.
Yeah,
this one. Yes, very good. Fa, mi, re, mi.
Very well, great.
Great.
And
And
now go up.
Again, and then will be repeated, but and then again go.
The second time
And again this.
Only the ending, maybe you saw it, but only last phrase. Only last phrase. So let us pretend. Okay, let me show you. Okay, let me show you. Look at me now, okay? Here is the middle. So we bounce on this, okay? It is the center of the song, and this is the cursor is there, okay? And now the продолжение, yeah? All the same three phrases are the same chords. On the last phrase okay. On the last phrase repeats itself, okay? Okay. Hope you might. I will want you to explain it, okay? And first chord repeat. Okay. Okay, hopefully you might. And ending. It is middle, okay? And repeat, okay, middle. Yes. The same. Yeah, the same. Не понимаешь? And yes, it is the third, and yeah, that's simple, yeah. So, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, like this. Oh, actually on 3, 4 on the point. Okay. So, hopefully you know this song if you repeat it a couple of times tomorrow, for example, today, tomorrow, because if you don't repeat it, you'll just know. Okay, if you repeat it tomorrow, it will be okay, it will be better, yes? If you want it quicker to spam. Ну вот это своё. Ну ладно, я не касаюсь. Okay, here we go. Very well. So now you played this song already. Yes, I would advise that. Where is the weak points here? So you got it hopefully. So of course, and the position of the track you got it all. Yes. And if you wish, you can add some more later to make it more complete song story. based on this course, yeah? So you can put your position of the left hand and find insert melodies of your insert some melodies, but you have to explain it, okay? Explain. Ну ладно, не надо. Just. Okay. Play that. Play now. Okay. And here is the song with the triads that we actually. Okay. Very quick. I think it is not on this song too. Okay. This will have. Oh yeah, here is the song. It goes with the 4. This one goes on 4. This one goes on 4 in F clap. Это не важно. It doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Gentle song. It was gentle, like a lullaby, maybe, huh? And that's it. It's quite short, but more complicated melody, maybe, yes? So one more time. More developed chorus, yes? Sorry, all singing game. Oh, so it's a singing game. Very well. So here is our
Как это истекает? So we have almost 20 minutes. Yes, okay. So very quick. So the basic of the left hand, as you hopefully see there, this is written, yes. One chord for one count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and another weird chord, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it repeated. And again, chord, same as the first, and again, same as the second chord is repeated once, and then go first again. So it goes like, and each count 4. 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like a light. If you watch it quietly, yes, you know it. So this is double game, yes? So, it's basically from F. Yes, F, and it goes F, A, C. It's the basic of triad. Yeah! Good! Yeah, very well. Very good. Now, okay. And this how it goes. Now try to count. Now, yes, please now, wait a second. So, this is the first chord, and if you look quietly on the second chord, you will find this is only one note. Okay. So the second chord you like this, you just move it to B flat. Your middle finger goes to second finger, to the index finger, the indice, to B flat. Yes? Well, I mean the B flat and the note. Okay. Flat. Now try please to read the left hand chord. Left it goes like this. And then sometimes I change this chord to double chord just. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Did you get me? Please. Please, okay, hopefully you understand already. Okay, now go на народ. And here is melody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Dasha made knows this melody. Already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, maybe later. Maybe not because of the да учить тогда ее. Играет, что ты, что? 1, 2, 3, 4, here is melody. Melody goes with a B flat instead of B, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So it goes. Third, 1, 8. One more time, look at this. Here is the, okay, here is the beginning. Just for this note, okay? With your right hand. No, в смысле, with your right hand only.
No, only right hand.
Only right. Thank you.
Only right hand now. Melody now.
Because left hand is easy. Left hand is easy, okay. Right hand is a melody, is a singer. Da. So, quicker experience, quicker understand, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. And this one goes like da-ti. So, B flat, be careful. So, in this I have like this triangle, okay? I don't play this one, I have to play the I don't have time for this, okay? Da, chi. If you catch this trick, you will make a song, yes? Okay. One more time. Okay. Stand. Almost there. Oh, be careful. Black note. One black note. This one black note. It is black note. Yes, developing fingers is important too. So don't be scared.
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, great sound, great. Okay, now connect. Now correctly. And here goes with the chords. Tim, tam, tam, tam. Goes 1, 2, 3, 4, tam. Okay.
Yeah! But don't, chord change. But chord change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Tam, 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 tam. Okay? Chord change, chord for chord. Don't hate. Don't hate, why are you so rushing? Gently, okay? More gently. And then you are behaving like that. Nicer singer. Yeah, very well. And now chord change on the left hand, and melody goes downstairs. You have melody like dee-dee-dom-dom, and now melody goes dee-dee-dom-dom, step like variations kind. Oh, sorry, no, be correct, okay, be grateful, okay? Here it goes, now the same variation. But it goes, we were there and now go here, okay? Just the same, but the variation, but bounding, okay? Here is melody, okay, here is the beginning, just repeat it. Okay?
Yes, and then and black again. Black. Okay. Team, just the same quicker. Peace and black. Yeah! Very well. Repeat one more time for calm down for respectance. Careful, okay? Not expected, okay? Not expected. Соединяй. Connect. Okay, almost close. Very good.
And now connect the chords. So just my finger goes to black. Very well. So okay, you can be proud of yourself. You belong there. If you practice it well, you'll be able to play tomorrow, tonight, tomorrow. Yeah, tonight. And after this goes the repeating of the first phrase, which is here. Yeah. Just repeating of the first phrase goes, double chords. Like a... Very well, and after this goes fancy melody trigger. But it's not expensive. So it goes like, so I resolve this chord with black note to the triad. It is hopping in the left. And right hand goes. Right around, yeah? And it goes on one. So, hopefully you got resolving. Yeah. Okay. This is the chord. Okay. And now the first
Like this. Look at this. Here is the difference between two chords. This is your triad. And this is Johnny Black, chon. So that's it. Not move anything. Yeah. Like Grace Beauty. Grace. I like. This is the meaning that. Like a grace or something, yes. Okay. Yeah, very well. So, hopefully, and then you repeat the first sorry for the first sentence, and now you go and repeat two chords, repeat. I want you to play just left-handed then right now, okay? Okay, I wait.
No, I mean only chords, only left hand play.
Okay, no, не надо. Okay, very well. Okay, then connect together. And here is the melody of the end. It goes. 2, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it goes like up and down, but rhythmic. No. On the end. We are ending now. We are ending this song. Yeah? On the end. Yeah. Yes. No. No upper. 3, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah!
Repeat one for balance. Repeat once. Наоборот. Наоборот. Yes. And now the chords are going. Resolving this chord, the first chord to the second. Okay, resolving the first chord to the second. Okay. Play together then. And quicker experience with your Oh, you wanted to show me these songs then. Okay, yeah, sure. Very well. Keep it up and a little bit pom 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 yeah. So the first phrase is in the middle too. So it goes like first phrase, then goes the second phrase, then first again, and the ending. Okay? Here's how it goes. Each phrase 2 measures. Very well. You are well. You are well. I'm away. Yeah. Second. Yes. Yes. Смудный код. Okay, so hopefully, yeah, if you train actually tonight, the quicker way to respect the tonight and repeat to today. Yes. Respond. Okay. Okay. Where is your piano book teacher studying? Teaching. 42, 43, yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Are you able to do it with best friend? We made it already? Yeah. Tambourine, we made it too. Okay, you wanna play something? Play some. Oh, maybe. Okay, play what you want. Play what you want to tell me. Okay? Okay, very well. So you can make it a little. If you're more convenient with this already, you can make it a little quicker and forte. Jumpy or bouncy maybe. No, it's not.
Time for me to go.
Oh, ready.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Thank you for the lessons.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Welcome. So to basement to baser. See you tomorrow. Okay. Alright then. Be happier then. Okay, bye.
Thank you. See you next week.
Okay. Wait. Oh, guy. Okay, maybe later. Okay. Bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Great night.
Okay.
Good night.
I'll see you. Bye.
See you. Bye. Later. Be well. Be well.
See you later.
Yeah.
Да, вот он вышел из стейджа.
Да.
Да.
Шоу
Фейдер, да.
Все, знаете. Ну, здорово, надо показать себя. А? Ну, надо, да, еще показать песню.
There's so broken. Your pictures are so broken. Hey.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Bye. Thank you. Ну вот это есть там, да? Нет.
Да наоборот. Ну вот это и есть он самый. Да, это он, я уже что-то не говорю, не знаю. Да наоборот, да. Ну вот это он самый.
Happy Halloween to you, Wolverine. I guess I'm not gonna ask you what's gonna be your costume. Yes, it is good change. What is the change gonna be? All in sock is not thin. No, it is not, especially when your fucking meat toes are going through it.
Самый плитый. Эй, вот и шейк нажимай, да. Наоборот. Да наоборот, ну вот это он имеет в виду, да наоборот. Ну да. Да. А, ну что тут? Да, я тоже видел. Хэллоуин просто наделал его, все, да. Каждый день ладно, забудь. А, у меня овсянка еще есть. Оутс. Видел мистер. Мистери, нет. Оутс. Да, это да. Такой вот знаменитый цвет. Есть овсянку и блица, знаешь, в русских рокерах есть написано. Подробности. Russian.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые телезрители! Сегодня в нашей студии психолог, мастер йоги и медитации Регина Кулигина. Здравствуйте, Регина!
Здравствуйте, Анжела.
Спасибо, что вы пришли. Впервые психолог, наверное, вот такой дипломированный. Я знаю еще, что вы по образованию социальный антрополог. То есть очень серьезно вы изучаете человека. Откуда этот интерес? Почему вы поступили на психологический факультет нашего университета?
Мне всегда был интересен человек, вселенная, да, а человек, получается, это микровселенная. Плюс в детстве всегда были книги по психологии, по эзотерике, и это, естественно, повлияло на меня.
А кто-то дома так вот увлекался эзотерикой?
Мама интересовалась психологией, отец эзотерикой, поэтому, когда я училась на социального антрополога, мы много путешествовали.
But the referee doesn't call the foul. Waka's taking a real beating out there.
The thing about Waka, he never had much love for the Al-Bed.
Don't go near Al-Bed anymore, okay? They're in trouble.
We rest here.
But this is an Al-Bed shop. They're using Al-Bed's machina. They're violating the teachings. Why are you guys fighting anyway? Aren't the almighty Al-Bed machina enough? Curses! Ow!
He really hates them, huh?
The Al-Bed! Those Al-Bed! Damn the Al-Bed! Those sandblasted grease monkeys!
Watch your profanity.
She was the one who helped me before I was washed up on Basay. She's an Al-Bed.
How come you speak Al-Bed? Why?
Cause I'm Al-Bed.
Why didn't you tell me?
We knew you'd be upset.
This is great. I can't believe I've been traveling with an Al-Bed, a heathen. Wait, Sir Aron is an Al-Bed too, is he?
Come on, Waka.
Waka doesn't like the Al-Bed because of his brother Chapu.
Oh, he used a Machina weapon, right?
Curses!
Yevon did something really bad to us before.
Well, you Al-Bed must have deserved it.
No glaring either.
Не смеши уж.
Don't tell Waka about Yuna's lineage.
Okay, that's what it was. Remember I said that Albeds are kind of looked down upon?
Yeah.
No, I don't think they actually are. The spirit as a whole.
Don't tell Waka! I gotta tell Waka! But don't tell. I gotta tell Waka! Ha! Wow!
Can't wait to tell
Wow.
Waka!
Full of secrets.
It's Waka.
Must tell.
It's Waka that's mildly racist. against
Oh,
Albeds.
Jesus.
Full of piss and vinegar.
You'll never guess who's a mudblood.
Oh, Waka! You'll never ever guess who's a mudblood.
Put that boner back in your pocket, Waka.
Don't go near Albert anymore, okay? They're trouble.
I can smell one right now.
I can smell half of one.
I don't know where it is.
But once I find out where it is, I kill it. I never told you how racist I am.
You thought I was a chill guy that just smoked all day and was like, hey, I'm chill with everything, blitzball.
No, filthy racist. Got anything?
We can't get
Tell
along.
anyone about Yuna's lineage.
Please!
Don't tell anyone about Yuna's
Look,
lineage.
don't tell anyone about Yuna's lineage. Waka's right there.
Yeah. Alright, so I know. Blitzball, right? But also, no? Maybe? Final solution? No? Okay.
I don't think Albeds should be able to drink from the same water fountains as us.
But what do I know? I just play the sports, man.
When we go on the water bus, I think old Albeds should sit there.
Tell your boys.
Here's Mein Kampf.
Backseat only, am I right?
Yeah. I feel everything's more exciting with that.
It's too bad we can't do that to those outbeds.
I was just about to say, hey, remember
I'm getting some ideas. Put them in the water.
exciting ideas.
And just play the death blitzball with them. Combine two of my favorite things together, brother.
What's happening? The black man is dead! I have gained, the Albeds are dead!
Someone should head over.
Head over to those Albed ghettos with some guns
and clean them out. I don't want. Yeah, but this time without the blitzball to get in the way. Now I'm just gonna think about blitzball.
Okay, Yuna, I think now that I am fully on your guardian team, we should go castrate some Albeds, huh?
That sounds like a good time
We
plan.
need to make sure that there are no further generations.
Что ты там такая? А, так это... что теперь, пасуй, ты же мужик, пасуешь и все, да? Не знаешь, что тебе делать?
With every shaving and small incision, master artisans turn these trunks of wood into 32 hand-carved chess pieces. You can pick up a plastic set for $20, but a wooden set certified for the World Chess Championship costs $500. Much of the value of a high-quality set comes down to how well just one piece is made. The knight. There are less than 10 people who are trusted to carve the knights for the official World Chess Championship sets. So how are these chessmen made? And why are they so expensive? At this factory in Amritsar, India, artisans carve the pieces for the official World Chess Championship sets. And the factory produces only 250 of them each year. Artisans train over 4 to 5 months, learning to masterfully shape each figure. These small blocks of boxwood were once large trunks, dried for 3 to 6 months, cut down, and shaped to the necessary size. Each block is attached to a lathe, which turns the block rapidly before artisans begin to carve. Artisans use particular steel tools, called cutters, designed to make the proper cuts and overall shape of a chessman. Once the cutter makes contact, it immediately changes the wood, and any slight misstep could ruin the final shape of the piece. No piece is more difficult to produce than the knight. While other pieces are carved in just a few minutes, the single knight takes 2 hours to produce. Less than 10 people are trained to craft knights for these championship sets.
सर घोड़ा बनाने ਨੂੰ 10 साल हो गए सर बड़ी मेहनत से काम सिखाया ਜਾਂਦਾ 5-6 साल हो गए काम सीखने ਦਾ सर
sets.
सर घोड़ा बनाने ਨੂੰ 10 साल हो गए सर बड़ी मेहनत से काम सिखाया ਜਾਂਦਾ 5-6 साल हो गए काम सीखने ਦਾ टाइम लगा.
Compare that to the 4 to 5 months it takes an artisan to learn how to carve the other chess pieces. But unlike these other chessmen, the knight isn't an abstract representation of a medieval figure. It's designed to look like a realistic horse head. It's the most detailed of all the pieces. Each carving is intentional, from the hair on a knight's tail to the curve of its neck.
ਇਹਦਾ ਚੀਜ਼ ਗਲਾ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ पूरी गलाई करने वास्ते भी टाइम लगता वाली साइडां इन्हां ते भी टाइम लगता.
The quality of the final piece largely depends on the skill of the artisan. A top quality knight must be completely symmetrical.
पेपर रेखमाल भी बिल्कुल ठीक लगा कन्न भी बराबर है नासा भी ठीक है यह चीज़ भी बिल्कुल बराबर है इन्हां दे तो यह बराबर दे जानी कि एक ना एक कूड़ा हर एक चीज़ मिलती पई है जिन्होंने जानी कि देख लियो.
But it's just as important that all 4 knights in the set look totally uniform. Otherwise, the set altogether won't be nearly as valuable. According to the House of Staunton, a large manufacturer of chess sets, a set of finely carved knights can represent up to 50% of the total cost of the chessmen. The other chessmen have specific height and width requirements, designed by architect Daniel Whale. The king must be the tallest, at 95 millimeters, and have a base that's 39 millimeters wide, the largest of them all. The pieces have defining characteristics, like the king's crown or the refined jewel at the top of the queen's coronet. These distinct features require more time and effort for the carver. The king's crown in a championship set should have 8 small cuts and be slightly rounded along the edges. Compare this king to the king of a regular set, which has a much simpler, straight-edge design. Pieces with even simpler designs than that, like a rook, take these artisans 7 times longer to produce compared to regular chess sets.
If the chessman is like of a championship set, then we are only able to make 25 to 30 kings in a day. Championship.
Simpler designs than, which has a much simpler straight edge design. Pieces with even simpler designs than that, like a rook, take these artisans 7 times longer to produce compared to regular chess sets.
If the chessman is like of a championship set, then we are only able to make 25 to 30 kings in a day because it's a very special design. If we are talking about making chessmen for tournament players which are used in vast quantities, then a carver is even able to make 200 to 250 chess kings in a day.
But the design of these chess pieces isn't solely aesthetic. It can actually affect the outcome of a game. Each piece must be the correct height, the king being the tallest, followed by the queen, bishop, knight, rook, and pawn. The detailed features are also essential, by lowering the chances a player will make a mistake.
If you see in medieval ages, the chessmen were not really in a good form. The chessmen were round, some of them were spiral, the knights were not even carved in the shape of a knight. In this form you can see the kings properly, the knight very distinguished, the bishop has a mitre cut, the queen's is very sharp. So you can easily distinguish between all the 6 pieces.
This is known as the Staunton design, the only style allowed in international competition today. Pieces used in the championship match have an electronic coil, making it possible to track and broadcast each player's move. A full set with this tracking component costs about $700 more. The weight of each piece, along with a felt bottom, are 2 more significant factors that affect the game. Both make the chessmen easier to use, effectively upping their value.
If the pieces are properly weighted, then they do not fall while you are moving the pieces on the boards, and also it gives a very nice and a special feel to a chessman.
Some chessmen must be dyed black and dried for 10 days. All of the pieces are buffed and polished 3 times before they're assessed for quality. Chess has been played for over 1,000 years, with some form of the game first appearing in India around the 6th century. Over the past 2 centuries, high-level competitions have drawn international interest in the game. Today, tournaments continue to keep the game popular, as do displays of these competitions in the media. The release of the limited series The Queen's Gambit on Netflix sent sales of chess sets skyrocketing in November 2020. And although this demand is a positive for the industry, it also poses a challenge to chess producers like Aditya.
It is very difficult to find good quality skilled carvers for manufacturing chessmen. And even after 4 to 5 months, 6 months, we don't know if the carver would be good enough to carve a nice chessman. So nobody wants to spend so much of time and realize that he was not able to carve the desired quality of chessman.
Without enough experienced carvers, these sets could become more difficult to produce. And it's fair to expect that $500 sets like these, and similarly hand-carved ones, could get even pricier in the future.
Варенье. Это сейчас. ну нет, ну это он имеет в виду? Спасибо. Это есть на самом деле. Ну вот это и было, да. Наоборот. Ну это платная игра как-то. А, ну да. Что? Ну вот нет, наоборот, да наоборот. Нет, я себе играю. Ну наоборот, значит, она понимаешь, как... Ладно.
We all know the crazy chaos caused by trying to use more than one app for productivity. There has to be a better way to work. It's time for change. That's why we created ClickUp. ClickUp is an entire productivity platform that keeps all of your work organized in one beautifully intuitive place. Now you can use one.
And then just like with the second fight, too, characters that we wanted to go to. Good evening,
This is a video from Vancouver, Canada. All right, we have $25 from. You know what? After the round of applause for Kevin from Power Up Audio, who, by the way, is one of the sponsors and supports us so much here. They're an indie sound studio from Vancouver, Canada. They've worked on games such as Tunic, which, if you haven't seen, it's so adorable, and Crypt of the Necrodancer, which I'm sure everybody knows. The entire team here is at SGDQ. That's just Jeff, Joey, Kevin, and Cole, and they're donating their time on sound 24/7 to make us sound as great as possible. And that's exactly what you just saw them doing, because apparently I was being too noisy. All right, it's the big moment. Are we ready for Final Fantasy VI? All right, take it away, Puexel.
All right, good evening, everybody. We are here to play some Final Fantasy VI. I am Poexel, and behind me is...
I'm Tina Hax.
I am Takaze.
I'm Vol'jin.
And thanks to everybody's generous donations for the All Characters and Espers incentive. That's exactly what we're going to be doing. This is going to be a glitchless All Characters and Espers speedrun. So I guess we'll go ahead and get this started then. In 3, 2, 1, go! So right off the bat, just set a couple settings here. We're going to turn the battle speed down to all the way to slow, which we'll explain a little more about that later, along with turning on memory cursor. And then we have a couple tutorial fights right here, which we're going to be taking advantage of in order to give some extra experience to Terra.
So we'll see Poexel here buffering running away during animations, and that'll actually build up a hidden meter that when it fills up, as we saw Wedge and Vix do, when there's nothing else going on, they're going to run away. We do that so that this unknown character gets all the XP.
Yeah, we'll be naming her after Welk is defeated too, by the way, so we've got a couple of minutes left for that. And one kind of important thing to know is that there really aren't that many required battles in this game that actually give you experience points. So a lot of the speedrun routing kind of centers around kind of making use of those unavoidable fights that give experience and kind of funneling that all to characters that we want it to go to.
So same idea as the first fight here, though it is a pincer attack. Once we kill this Lobo, though, we're actually able to run away, and we're going to run away during this Bioblast animation just because it's especially long, and then even though the final enemy has died, the two guys just kind of walk away, and again, this character gets all the XP.
Yeah, so the way that we decide whether or not a character is going to run away, there's a few things that have to happen. That invisible meter that was mentioned has to be filled up, and you do that by running away. And then they have to have a full ATB bar, which is why we're able to force Vix and Wedge to run away, but not whoever this is.
Yeah, I don't know who that person is. I like her hair, though.
And then just like with the second fight too, we need the Gubaev Mammoths are both flagged as unrunnable monsters, so I need to kill both of those and then do a Bioblast to finish off the last two guards.
Worth noting that the Bioblast animation is longer, so it gives more time for Wedge and Vix to have their ATB fill up so that they can run away in these fights.
So that'll be the last of the quote-unquote tutorial fights, though we do have a kind of a tutorial boss coming up in just a second here. And it's actually a pretty good tutorial boss, even for the speedrun, because it kind of teaches you some basics of how the speedrun works. And the one thing to note is we have a mechanic called ATB waiting. And that's when we'll use certain actions, and during those actions we have an animation going on, like Bioblast, for example. We'll dip into a submenu, and while we're in that submenu, the ATB for all the characters, including the enemy, is actually paused. So we use that to our advantage so that, in this case, the enemy isn't getting any ATB while we're actually still performing animations. The other part is counter cancel, and I'll let Quexel start off the fight, and we'll get into that a little bit after the fight, just how that exactly works. So he's going to just start off with hitting the head with tech missiles, which just do a bunch of damage. The head actually got a pretty early first turn here, and that's important to note for the counter cancel that we mentioned. We're going to make sure this character stays at full health. Wait for another tech missile. Again, going into the sub-menu to do this ATB waiting, and even though we're not supposed to hit the head here to perform that counter cancel, and if done correctly, it'll actually stall the next action for where ideally the boss is actually going to go inside the shell. So
that's a really hard quick kill to pull off.
Yeah,
that's
a lot
more stressful than it looks.
Yeah, it's normally hard, and then on top of that, that early action can make that fight real stressful.
And what would have happened if we didn't get the counter cancel and the Welk wouldn't have gotten its turn delayed? It can go in 20-30 seconds. Sometimes even really bad scenarios. You can end up with Terra, or this question mark character, taking a little bit too much damage and dying, so very
yeah, I mean, that's why the heal force was part of the setup for it too, just kind of, counterattack. Isn't guaranteed to be able to survive too if the quick kill fit can get pretty scary pretty fast.
Speaking of the question mark named character, now would be a pretty reasonable time to go ahead and cut off the name incentive for question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
There's only 5, I think.
No, there's, I don't know, maybe. I never learned how to count. Is really the
counting is important. We'll get into counting later on.
That's why I don't run that many RPGs. Her name already changed to girl.
It's going to change again in a second.
Making progress.
All right, so we will be needing that name for this question mark named character.
Okay. Let's see. We need it for it's
Terra.
For Terra.
Yes. Okay. It is Xandra. Sorry.
Can you spell that for me, please?
Zandra.
Like that?
That's the one.
All right.
Nailed it.
And then in about 3-ish minutes, we'll be cutting off Locke too. Basically, after I finish the mine section with Terra.
Frankersy.
Oh, my dog.
Woof woof.
So who wants to take care of doing lore updates?
Lore updates. Okay, so we're controlling Xandra. Xandra was being controlled by the Empire apparently. She had the slave crown on her head, and she was with those soldiers and trying to find the Esper that we found in the cave back there. But unfortunately, some weird stuff happened. Wedge and Vix rip in pieces. And Xandra is going to be saved by Arvis, and now she's going to have to escape because the Empire's coming after her. But along the way, through this escape, we are going to be fighting some encounters. Now, there's something called the step route that we'll certainly talk about through this run, but basically, Gubaev knows exactly where he's going to get encounters, and he also knows what they're going to be, and he knows that he is going to want to fight them because he wants to get to level 6.
Yep. Yeah, kind of the short version right now is that I know which tiles I'll be getting random battles on and what the monster groups are, but pretty much everything that happens inside the actual fight is random. Up to and including whether they're preemptive fights, pincer side, or back attacks. And then what actions the monsters take and which turns. I mean, there's a lot of AI manipulation that's going to be going on in this run, but there's also a lot of randomness too.
Right, you can manipulate the encounter randomness because that's a little bit more fixed, but that is to say when you get encounters, the step route. but the in-battle RNG, as it's called, is much harder to
Yeah, it's
manipulate.
based on frames.
Yeah, so humans not gonna be able to do that, basically.
And then right about 2 tiles above where I'm at now is where this dungeon ends, basically, and we'll be naming Locke. But before I get there, I do want to force one more encounter here, and that's to get Tara enough experience to reach level 6. Because when new characters join or rejoin you in this game, their level is based on your average party level at the time, often with a plus or minus modifier applied to it. And just doing that one extra fight there to finish off level 6 is going to make Locke join at a higher level, and then eventually Edgar, Sabin, and so on too.
Alright, let's go ahead and cut off Locke's name, and we'll need that in just a few moments.
Yeah, after this upcoming cutscene here, where Tara has a couple of flashbacks about her mysterious past here.
Kefka is very subtle about what's going on here.
Very, yes.
So yeah, Tara. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, he doesn't seem like a bad guy at all.
No, he seems very stable.
Looks very happy. Yeah, I mean, very jovial.
This is actually this is a thing that people like to bring up a lot in talking about FF6, is that, of course, Ted Woolsey, the famous translator of this game and a couple other Nintendo RPGs, he basically took a lot of liberties in different places because of text limitations in doing the translation.
Along with a pretty short time frame to turn it around too.
Yeah, and one of those liberties is he turned Kefka from, in the Japanese version, he was just very angry and dangerous and not a cool guy, but
and kind of vulgar sometimes too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of swearing. But in the US version, you can't do that back in 1990s Nintendo. So instead, Kefka is just insane. He is just very unhinged, which actually turns out to make him an even more interesting character in the context of the story.
Yeah, 100% agree. Alright, and now we get introduced to our second hero of the story, Locke, or as we're going to be renaming him to shortly.
Nikasar, help us out.
Sorry, what?
Lock name.
So many people are talking about what's okay, so lock name. Okay, here we go. I had this written down. It's JoJo, and that's 2 capital J's. So capital J-O, capital J-O.
Nice.
All right.
Man, I'm going to stop people talking to me. Stop them away. We got names.
I like that JoJo reference.
Well, JoJo is going to go on a little bit of a bizarre adventure in this game.
That's true.
Just a little.
Just to be clear, he's a treasure hunter. He is not
a thief.
Not a thief.
Okay, then after Locke heads into the mines to look for Tara here, we're going to get introduced to a mechanic we'll be seeing several times throughout this game, which is party swapping, because this game has a whopping 14 playable characters, although we've only met 2 of them so far. So right now we're actually going to get control of Locke plus math is hard. 11 playable Moogle characters, one of whom's a guest commentator back there too.
Which one is this?
I like Cuckoo. This is probably Cuckoo.
I was thinking Kupak.
Kupak? Okay.
So what you're intended to do here is actually to kind of move the 3 parties around and then fight off a wave of oncoming guards before you go fight Marshall the boss. But we're going to skip all of them, hopefully skip all of them, and then take Mog, who's basically the strongest party, along with the only character that has some good stuff that I can actually steal, because that's what kind of friend I am.
And in terms of the Mog naming incentive, that doesn't happen until much later. So right now, Mog is still Mog.
As you can see, these guards do not move especially fast, so long before any of them actually gets to Locke in the back, we'll be able to...
Yeah, and then as long as I cross paths with them when both of us are moving, that won't actually trigger encounters with them.
So Quarks was actually doing a little bit of a run buffer there, and that gives us some time if Marshall happened to net Mog there. We have a little bit of extra time. As Forxel mentioned, we're going to be... we bring this party because of Mog in it. He has some really good equipment. And we're going to take his equipment once we're done with him.
So he threw an attack with the Mithril Pike still equipped, but he actually wants to get that off, so now he's going to do that, which he had the leeway to do because he knew that he wasn't going to kill the Marshal before he got another turn.
Yeah, this is a little slow because of Kupan, who's the second strongest Moogle after Mog being stopped on the first turn, but basically just extended it by about a turn.
Things can go a lot more south if Mog getting netted is really obnoxious.
Yeah, especially if it's before his first turn too, and we can run buffer, as we call it, by holding the L and R buttons as the fight's loading to delay the Marshal's first turn a bit to try to minimize the chances of Mog getting netted before his menu pops up, but it can still happen.
And I mean, we really do want both of those items. The Mithril Pike's going to be useful for Edgar in a little bit, and the Mithril Shield is going to be useful for quite a while, if I recall.
Mm-hmm. It's not necessary to get the shield, but it, especially for a marathon setting, it is.
Yeah, it offers a nice bit of safety.
And then let's go ahead and cut off Edgar and Sabin's names when I enter Figaro Castle, which is like a minute and some change from now.
Very good, there's donations in then. I have no idea what names are leading for those. It's probably some additional memes that we're not yet aware of.
So once again, we're back on step route. So every single tile that Wexel steps on here is going to be planned in advance, and he's going to know exactly where each encounter that happens is going to happen.
But again, it is random as to what the active time battle bar amount that he gets at the start of each fight is, and therefore how long he has to wait until he runs away. And then there's some randomness for each character too, as far as how long they take to run away, or how I guess
just how innately good they are at running away.
Yeah,
Unless something each character kind of has a fixed rating at that's unchangeable.
It tends to be older characters, which we'll get into later, are really slow because it makes sense. Locke happens to be one of the better ones. Terra is kind of in the middle of the pack, if I remember correctly.
Alright, so if you haven't already cut off Edgar and Sabin, please make sure to do so.
We'll need Edgar's name in just a few seconds here.
Yep. And our good King Edgar is, he's quite a person.
Хорошо. Когда тебе все будет. У меня это не сработало. Может, ты это поможет? Но я так говорю. Наверное. Ну хорошо. Ну, наверное, надо тоже в смысле как бы. В детстве-то я не был ребенком, для тебя это не делает счастливым, нормальным, если это максимум какой нету. Вот этого, да. Я говорю, просто следователь говорит. Смотри, ты теряешь, ну хорошо, а что от этого происходит? Ну ты теряешь время, деньги, и ты можешь это делать навыком, да. Стать только профессионалом, сделай каким-то образом деньги зарабатывай на этом, донеси людям свое добро, цени как девчонку. Насколько это безысходно, что еще хуже, это просто преступно, безобразно. смыслом, то есть, ну, вот это есть, вот это... ну да, вот это есть, вот это было самое начало, когда это, да. сделали, но ума довели, типа, типа, стимовская Ouch. Нет, да, он света, когда он пошли. Вот это она есть. Ну да, она не веселая. Ну и она. Зато она и интересная, эпичная, интересная зато. Такая интересная прям, да, вообще. Наоборот, она поняла. Ну нет, конечно. Да, правильно. Даже таких штук не было. У нас были трамваи, да, маска удивления.
Bone carving can be traced back to prehistoric times. In India, artisans have been turning buffalo bones into works of art since at least the 16th century, when royals would commission works like this in ivory. But more recently, a scarcity of materials and legal restraints have pushed people away from the craft. We visited Lucknow, India, to see how one group of bone carvers is still standing. Jalaluddin Akhtar stores bones out on the roof of his home. He has enough stock to last him 6 months.
कभी खराब नहीं होती है। हम इसको अगर 100 साल रखेंगे तो 100 साल खराब नहीं होगी।
These were once widely available when traders sold them out of giant warehouses. But now, Jalaluddin has to get them from butchers instead. Down in the workshop, Jalaluddin cuts the bones into smaller pieces. He learned the art from his uncle in 1980. It's been in his family for over 50 years. And in his lifetime, he's seen the industry change.
देखिए पहले जो है हमने काम ये सीखा था तो बहुत अच्छा काम था। ये अभी इधर जो है 10 सालों में थोड़ा बहुत डाउन हो गया है काम। इतना डाउन हो गया है कि समझ लीजिए कि 70% काम खत्म हो चुका है।
Jalaluddin chops down the bone to make it straight.
इसको काटते काटते हाथ में भी लग जाती है, अंगूठा कट जाता है। हाथ में भी लग जाती है अंगूठा। कट जाता है।
He sells any excess fragments for 13 cents a pound to factories that grind them up and sell them as fertilizer. Then he shaves down the bone pieces with an electric sander.
इसको फ्लैट करते हैं ताकि हमें दूसरे में छिपा सकें।
Electricity is expensive and sometimes unreliable in this part of India, so not all bone carvers can afford to run tools like these. The Akhtar family says that's part of the reason many have left the craft. These pieces will later be glued together to form a lampshade. But first, Jalaluddin needs to boil them with baking soda.
अब इसका हमें ऑयल निकालना है इससे जो है।
They cook for 3 hours.
जितना ऑयल था सब निकल गया है। अब इनको हम जो है सुखला रहे हैं छाई में, यानी पंखे के नीचे। अब ये सूख जाएंगे तो हमें एक दूसरे में ही छिपा देने हैं इस तरह से।
He files down the edges so that they align when he glues them together. In the past, there were workers who specialized in this step. But now, Jalaluddin has to do all the processes himself. Once the glue is dry, he drills tiny holes to create a piece called the net. He used to do this by hand, but the drill press has made the process much more efficient.
अब जो हमने ये किया है 5 मिनट में हमने किया है, अगर हम ये हाथ से करते तो कम से कम 20 मिनट लगते हैं इसको बनाने में।
Then he submerges the bones in hydrogen peroxide to clean them.
जैसे हमारे डॉक्टर वगैरह जो है जख्म साफ करते हैं।
Normally, the pieces lay out in the sun to whiten, but when it's rainy, Jalaluddin uses a light bulb instead.
अब ये 6 घंटे ये जो है चलता रहेगा, जलता रहेगा। और इसी गर्मी से जो है अंदर ये जितने पीसेस हैं हमारे सब वाइट हो जाएंगे।
He polishes each piece with this buffing machine. And then puts all the parts together to create the shape of a lamp. Some designs call for different tools, like this one. The artisans hand make it themselves.
तो हम छाते की तीली से बनाते हैं। पहले छाते की तीली लाते हैं, उसको घिसते हैं, फिर उसमें दाने काटते हैं, फिर धार लगाते हैं, फिर एक लकड़ी का वो होता है बेटी, उसमें ठोक करके फिर वो जाके औजार तैयार होता है और उससे जाली बनती है।
Akhel is one of Jalaluddin's 3 sons. He's hand carving holes with the help of a wooden anvil.
समझिए बोन कार्विंग काम करने के लिए बहुत मेन चीज़ है, ये ना हो तो बोन कार्विंग काम बहुत करना मुश्किल है, बिकॉज इस पे ही सारे हाथ वाले काम होते हैं, जैसे कि
The block keeps the piece in place while workers carve. They used to fix the wooden blocks into the ground, but over time they started using a stone to weigh down the block instead.
अगर आप मिट्टी में ये चीज़ गाड़ते हो लकड़ी को तो उसको कहीं ले नहीं जा सकते हो, अब इसको क्या आप कहीं भी उठा के ले जा सकते हो।
Akhil learned the craft at 14 years old and won a state award at 18. But he wasn't always excited about the job.
पहले तो हमें लगता था कि बहुत मेहनत है, कि पापा लोग को देखते सुबह 6 बजे से काम करना शुरू कर देते थे, रात से 1 बजे तक काम ही क्या करते थे।
Now he sees potential in it.
ये ऐसा कोई एंड नहीं है, आप कुछ भी बना सकते हो, दिमाग चलाते रहें, इम्प्रूवमेंट करते रहें तो कुछ भी बना, तो कोई सीमा ही नहीं है, कुछ भी बनाते रहिए तो और मज़ा आता है करने में।
Akhil and his father work with just 1 or 2 other artisans who have different expertises. Salahuddin Beg's specialty is engraving.
ये सब मैं हाथ से ड्राइंग करता हूँ, कोई मेरे पास खाका नहीं है, कोई मेरे पास फरमा नहीं है। ये सब एक दूसरे से मोशन बना हुआ है, एक दूसरे को देख रहे हैं।
Many bone carving designs resemble architecture from the Mughal Empire. 18th century buildings still stand from when the Muslim dynasty ruled India. Back then, royals commissioned artisans to carve ivory to their liking. But when the ivory trade was banned,
battery. Ладно? Достань. Наоборот, да нет. Наоборот, Бонанзы убирайте за своих. Не все. Так, что? Где-то есть. Так, фильм знаешь. Something went wrong. Я тоже так думал. Не зовите меня лучше, не зови меня. Ага. Да, ну,
We all know the crazy.
Ужасы из давно забытых кошмаров вернутся вновь. Сможешь и...
Уважаемые пассажиры, продолжается регистрация на рейс ПВЕ. Огнестрельное оружие, взрывоопасные вещества.
Himalayan salt doesn't actually come from the Himalayas. It's mined 186 miles away in Pakistan. Thanks to its pink hue and supposed health benefits, the salt has exploded in popularity since the late 2000s. Today, it's turned into lamps, statues, and of course, table salt. But extracting the coveted salt means descending into dark caves, then blasting and carrying heavy rock.
अच्छा, हमें प्रॉब्लम जो माइंस से आता है, जो ब्लॉक्स के जो साइजेस होते हैं, बेसिकली हमारे पास इतनी अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं है हमारी माइंस के अंदर कि हम जो ब्लॉक्स को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से उसको एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकें.
We went inside the mine, turning this mountain into 400,000 tons of pink salt each year. The Keoda salt mine, here in the Punjab region of Pakistan, is the second largest salt mine in the world. The pink salt comes from remnants of ancient seabeds that crystallized 600 million years ago. Legend has it, it was actually Alexander the Great's horse that first discovered these salt rocks when it stopped to take a lick. Then, under British rule, salt mining ramped up in the 1870s. Today, it's a popular tourist destination and a working mine, producing the majority of the world's pink salt. All the mining starts here, at the train station. This train takes miners deep into the mountain. Here, tunnels stretch for 25 miles, and it's always 64 degrees Fahrenheit.
माइन के टोटल 17 लेवल है, इसके 70 लेवल है, 5 लेवल इसके ऊपर चल रहे हैं, 6 ये ग्राउंड फ्लोर है और 11 इसके नीचे है.
300 miners work these dark chambers. They've used many of the same mining tools for over a century. Pickaxes, hand drills, and gunpowder.
सबसे पहले हमने ड्रिलिंग की है. ड्रिलिंग यहाँ पे हैंड आकर के जरिए करते हैं. उसके बाद हमने गन पाउडर के जरिए पैकिंग की है. फिर सेफ्टी फ्यूज के जरिए हमने इसको इग्नाइट किया है. और साल्ट की बला हमने
and gunpowder.
सबसे पहले हमने ड्रिलिंग की है. ड्रिलिंग यहाँ पे हैंड आकर के जरिए करते हैं. उसके बाद हमने गन पाउडर के जरिए पैकिंग की है. फिर सेफ्टी फ्यूज के जरिए हमने इसको इग्नाइट किया है. और साल्ट की ब्लास्टिंग हो चुकी है.
खबरदार आप सब सेट पे हो जाए.
खबरदार आप सब सेट पे हो जाएं।
इसके बाद हम एक महफूज टाइम जो आधा घंटा कम से कम होना चाहिए, उसके बाद हम उसकी साल्टिंग और लोडिंग स्टार्ट कर देंगे।
Miners will spend up to 8 hours underground at a time.
ज़ाहिर बात है हम मैन के नीचे काम करें तकरीबन 30-40 फुट है, हार्ड तो है लेकिन यहाँ पे मजदूरी अच्छी और वक्त पे मिल जाती है।
Only half of the mountain salt is actually mined. The rest is used for structural support, so the chambers don't collapse. Tractors haul the mined salt out of the mountain. Each day, miners excavate over 1,000 tons of salt, or about the weight of 157 elephants. Outside, they search for blocks with the best shape and coloring to send to manufacturers. Once picked, the blocks are loaded up on trucks either by hand or crane and sent across Pakistan. Historically, Pakistan couldn't process this raw pink salt, so much of it was exported to India cheaply. India would treat the salt, label it as made in India, and sell it at a premium. Pakistan saw little of the profits. NPR reported that a ton of salt sold to India for $40 could fetch $300 in Europe. In 2019, a social media campaign calling for the end of salt exports to India went viral. That same year, the Pakistani government banned all salt exports to India. The goal? Returning the profits to Pakistan.
23% जो रॉक सॉल्ट की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग थी या जो प्रोडक्शन थी जो पाकिस्तान की, वो इंडिया को हम एक्सपोर्ट करते थे रॉ फॉर्म में, जो कि फिर वो री एक्सपोर्ट होती थी ओवरसीज़ में सेम मार्केट में जहां हम ऑलरेडी अभी एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं राइट नाउ। गवर्नमेंट का डिसीजन ये बहुत फ़ायदेमंद है हमारे लिए।
But some Pakistani salt exporters suffered. They didn't speak English and couldn't meet Europe's tough import standards. Only about a dozen exporters saw an opportunity to sell products under Pakistani labels directly to Europe. Mohammed was one of them. Every month he purchases 300 tons of salt from the mine for his company Himalayan Decor International.
ख्योरा माइंड से तकरीबन सॉल्ट लोड होता है ट्रकों में और मुख्तलिफ ट्रकों में लोड होके बारास्ता मोटरवे हमारी फैक्ट्री लाहौर काना डिफेंस रोड पे आता है, जिसका सफर 350 किलोमीटर बनता है।
His artists turn these blocks into more than 200 different products.
जैसे कि नेचुरल सॉल्ट लैंप है, इसके साथ साथ ज्योमेट्रिकल शेप्स हैं, एनिमल लिंक सॉल्ट है, ईटिंग कुकिंग प्लेट्स हैं, इसके साथ साथ वॉल्स की जो सी टाइल्स होती हैं वो हम लोग बना रहे हैं, इसके साथ हम लोग हीटिंग सॉल्ट के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं काफी सारा।
Most of the work is done by hand, but drills and saws have sped up the process in recent years.
उसके बाद उसकी क्वालिटी को चेक किया जाता है, चेक करने के बाद उसकी वॉशिंग होती है, वॉशिंग के बाद उसके अंदर बल्ब और उसके अंदर वुडन बेस इंस्टॉल करके उसको पैकिंग के मराहिल में लेके आया जाता है। हमारे पास तकरीबन महीने के अंदर 10 से 15,000 सॉल्ट लैंप्स की प्रोडक्शन है।
Over in Karachi, RM Salt Pakistan grinds up blocks into table salt.
हमारे पास तकरीबन महीने के अंदर 10 से 15,000 सॉल्ट लैंप्स की प्रोडक्शन है।
Over in Karachi, RM Salt Pakistan grinds up blocks into table salt.
बेसिकली ये इसका रॉ मटेरियल है जो कि डिफरेंट साइजेस में आप देख सकते हैं। यहाँ पर कुछ रेंजेस हैं 2 to 3 kg, 3 to 5 kg, और ये हमारी लार्ज साइड पे आ जाता है, जैसे 9 to 12 हो गया, 12 to 15 kg हो गया। ये रेंजेस में होते हैं बेसिकली।
Blocks are fed into the grinder and broken down into smaller grains. Workers bag and weigh 1,000 of these pouches of pink salt every hour. Like Mohammed's factory, RM Salt also makes lamps and other specialty products.
After the raw material we convert it with a different shape as per our order. Like you can see in the cutting machine. He is cutting different sizes.
On this saw, water prevents dust from flying up, but on the grinders it's not possible, which is why Mohammed's staff wore masks even before the pandemic. Over at RM Salt,
as you can see this facility, we have installed a vacuum through which we can absorb the dust. This is the order of USA, one of our client. We are making these goods for them, the moon shape and the heart shape as well. Double drill के बाद हम लोग इसको washing process से गुजारते हैं। इसमें हमें मैनुअली काम करना पड़ता है, उसकी वजह है कि इसके साइजेस जो है वो डिफरेंट होते हैं।
The lamps are then coated with a gel to prevent humidity from interacting with the salt, and then they're shrink wrapped. RM Salt ships 30 containers of products every month. Mohammed exports about 80% of his products, primarily to Western countries like the US, UK, and Spain, where demand has spiked in the last decade because of the alleged health benefits.
यहाँ पर 3 कलर का नमक है, वाइट है, रेड है और पिंक है। इसके अंदर वाइट के अंदर है सोडियम क्लोराइड, पिंक के अंदर मैग्नीशियम है और रेड में आयरन शामिल है।
98% तो ये सोडियम क्लोराइड ही है, NaCl ही है, जो कि नॉर्मली सी सॉल्ट भी है। लेकिन इसके एडिशनली जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो 84 मिनरल्स जो इसमें होते हैं, जैसे कि कैल्शियम है, मैग्नीशियम है, पोटेशियम है।
However, it's such a very small percentage of the salt that makes up these minerals that you are highly unlikely to get any real benefit or any trace of them in your regular serving of salt itself. But nutritionally, it's pretty much similar to regular salt.
It's also pretty similar tasting to sea salt. But others claim Himalayan salt has healing powers, whether inhaled, used in spa treatments, or in lamp form.
There's a lot of different homeopathic remedies that can seem very, very appealing, but actually they're not grounded in evidence.
And it's these false health claims that have driven the price up. Himalayan salt can cost up to 20 times the price of normal table salt.
नॉर्मली जो प्राइस स्टार्ट होती है पिंक सॉल्ट पाउच की, वो नॉर्मली एक मैन्युफैक्चरर से वो 60 सेंट से शुरू होती है, और एक मैं 1 kg बैग की बात कर रहा हूँ जो कि सेल होता है रिटेल मार्केट्स में अराउंड $9 होता है।
But that money doesn't always make it back to the miners. They take home less than 1,500 rupees a day, not much more than the cost of this bag of Himalayan sea salt at Walmart. And those salaries have stayed the same, even though Pakistan has severed its salty relationship with India, and the pink salt is seeing growing demand abroad.
पिंक सॉल्ट की डिमांड इस टाइम पूरी दुनिया में दिन ब दिन बढ़ रही है। मेरा नहीं ख्याल कि इसकी खरीदो फरोख्त में कहीं पे कोई कमी आई है, क्यों कि लोग इसको बेशुमार इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और दिन ब दिन इसकी फरोख्त बढ़ रही है।
Luckily, the mountain won't run out of salt anytime soon. It's estimated only about 220 million tons of salt have been excavated here, nothing compared to the nearly 6.7 billion tons left.
Ваш ребенок не хочет учиться. Вы устали с ним делать домашние задания. Переживаете за его будущее. Он ничего не хочет, а вы устали работать на репетиторов. Все эти проблемы преследуют родителей всю школьную программу и с окончанием школы, к сожалению, не заканчиваются. Что же делать? Оставить ребенка в покое?
If a single hair is out of place on a high-end calligraphy brush, it must be removed. This intense attention to detail is part of why these brushes can cost over $1,000. You can find a beginner brush for less than $15, but for handmade brushes custom designed for a master calligrapher, artisans spend months turning raw hair into a perfect brush tip. But what makes these brushes unique? And why are they so expensive? Calligraphy is a respected art form in Japan and has been practiced for centuries. But today, there aren't many skilled brush makers left. Yoshiyuki Hata is a third-generation brush maker and has been making calligraphy brushes since he was a teenager.
この筆がね、1本作るのに20年かかって、私が50から作り始めて、今70でちょうど完成したんです。
His family's workshop in Kawajiri focuses on what they call no-compromise craftsmanship. Each brush tip is handmade by a single artisan. But making these brushes isn't easy.
この線が出したい線に合う筆を作ることですね。
For a master calligrapher like Daiso Kaneko, small differences in a brush's hardness or ink retention can drastically affect the lines it can produce.
表現したいと思った時に、この微妙な5ミリの差とか長さの差とか、本当に少しの硬さ、柔らかさや、それから毛のバネの強さとか、いろんなことが筆っていうのは一本一本違うので。
The dozens of steps involved in brush making start with selecting the hair. Different types of hair have a big impact on the price of a brush. Yoshiyuki's specialty is one of the priciest, goat hair. This hair was collected 50 years ago from the chest of Yangtze River Delta white goats. Hair from this specific breed of goat is classified as type 3 hair, based on its size, luster, and elasticity. It's a highly sought-after hair for brush making because it's soft yet durable and retains ink well.
初心者いうか学童さんが使うのはやっぱり硬い筆、馬、タヌキ。だんだん柔らかいのは今の羊毛筆なんかは筆が19社じゃないと使えないんで。今の羊毛筆なんかは筆が19社じゃないと使えないんで。
But today, this type of hair is hard to find in large quantities and can cost thousands of dollars per kilogram. Selecting high-quality hair is done entirely by eye, and it's one of the hardest skills for a new brush maker to learn.
原毛言われたら色、艶、耐久性、あと見てこれは10年20年持たないな。ないだけはそこで一本一本こう夜時に抜いていくんですよね。
But this long process is just beginning. Once the hairs are chosen, they're boiled and combed to remove any fluff. This process separates straight, long hairs, which are ideal for brush making. One of the most time-consuming steps is aligning all of these hairs. This delicate work is key to making a uniform brush, but it's largely based on experience and instinct.
とにかく自分の目と手でこうやって揃えた分が完成形なんよね、先揃える。
Throughout the process, brush makers patiently remove any imperfect or damaged hairs.
そうですね、無駄毛あんだけ取ったらもう毛がなくなるんじゃないか言われるんですが、それもこれだけ出るいうのを頭に置いて設計をするからあれだけ取って取らないと書くのに割れたりとか。いい線が出ないからね。もう筆作りを始めたのがやはり工房が遊び場だったんで、ちっちゃい頃からそれはね200パターンぐらいが頭の中にあるんですよね、設計図が。やっぱし目と手と勘ですよね。
What distinguishes Indian food is its magical use of spices.
At this stage, Yoshiyuki's vision for a brush starts to take shape. After trimming, he wets the hair and combines different bundles to create a brush that is dense and durable. Then he dips the hair in funori, an adhesive liquid made from seaweed, to hold the hairs together.
あと書道家の先生だから出た毛が1ミリ2ミリ0コマ何ミリぐらい言われるから、それに工程でも手を抜いたらその筆は僕はダメじゃもしれない。それであと書道家の先生だから出た毛が1ミリ2ミリ0コマ何ミリぐらい言われるから、それに工程でも手を抜いたらその筆は僕はダメじゃもしれない思いますね。魂が入っとらんから。
The finished brush tip is almost unrecognizable from the raw hair, but the precise work isn't over yet. Once the hair dries, Yoshiyuki ties up the ends and burns each one with a hot iron, binding the hairs together. Any mistake here could ruin a month of work. Finally, it's time to assemble the brush. Like the brush tip, each handle is custom made.
軸はやはり軸屋さんいて、これは奈良の私たちみたいな親子でやってる職人さんが太さが皆先生によって手の筆圧大きさが違う。
This time-consuming process, along with the materials used, means these brushes can cost 100 times more than a mass-produced brush. The price varies based on the size and type of brush. A larger brush requires more hair, which naturally increases the price. Hata Bunshindo brushes often cost around $1,300, but some brushes can cost a lot more.
僕が作った筆の中で一番高いものは200万ぐらいのものになります。先代が作ったものですと300万ぐらいのものがあります。
Despite the high price, these brushes are essential tools for calligraphers like Daizo. He followed in the footsteps of his father and grandfather and has been practicing calligraphy for 20 years.
だから自分がイメージしているものに筆を合わせてくる場合と、筆で作品がイメージが膨らんでいくというか、これは優しい表現をしたいときは少し柔らかいそういうことを選びますし、きちっとしたものを描きたいときは少し短めのちょっと硬めの筆を選んだりということで、自分に合う筆っていうのを探していくのは非常に楽しいですし。
Some brush makers mix natural and synthetic hair to make brushes more affordable, but Yoshiyuki remains committed to using only the highest quality materials. Koso, Yoshiyuki's son, will be the workshop's fourth generation brush maker.
やはり父も職人であまり言葉を通して伝えるっていうことはしないしできない人間なので、自分が見て学ぶ、それから作っていったものの結果がいいものになれば父はうなる、よし、それ悪ければもうただひたすら違う。
But like many traditional crafts, the future of brush making is unclear. Demand for handmade brushes is in decline. Some brush makers have started selling makeup brushes to bring in new customers. But the main concern for Yoshiyuki and his family is the lack of raw materials.
5代目がこれから出てくるのか、それからその人がやるときにいい原料が果たしてあるのかっていうものが一番懸念してますね。筆業界全体が作る人が減ってきたり、書道業界の人口も減っているので、やはり下火にはなるんですが、それは常にずっとこれから僕が職人人生の中で課題にあると思います。
This is one of the last places in the world that makes papyrus paper. People in this small Egyptian village reinvented the ancient process in the 1970s, and the industry thrived selling papyrus art to tourists. But today, there's little demand for the paper, and the plant is nearly extinct in Egypt. Those that remain are determined to carry on this piece of Egypt's history. We visited El Karamus to see how the ancient craft is still standing. Altaf Mohammed Shahaita spends about 2 hours harvesting papyrus by hand from the single acre he owns. It takes a year for a papyrus seedling to grow to this size. After it's cut down, it grows back in 1 or 2 months. At one point, the village's land was filled with the plant. But today, there are only 10 acres left. Altaf carries the plant about a mile to his workshop, where he employs 7 people. They chop the stalks based on the size they want the paper. Workers spend the entire day cutting the papyrus into thin strips using a fishing line. This method is more efficient than the ancient process.
كان عشان يشرحوا بيشرحوا بالسكينة، احنا عندنا فتلة خيط بلاستيك.
But it's still exhausting.
مسكة الخيط كده ومسكة العود يعني مش سهلة، مش أي حد يعرف يعملها.
The strips soak in hot water mixed with potassium hydrate for a couple days. The chemicals speed up the fermentation process.
بنشرخ بيها. عندنا التخمير كان زمان هم بيخمروا بيبطي أسبوع واثنين، احنا بنقعد بنخمر يوم واثنين.
Then they rinse the strips with water and chlorine to lighten the color.
اللون الورق كانت غامقة عندهم، احنا عندنا صنعنا اللون بالكرول. عاد عندنا كرول بيدينا اللون الفاتح والغامق. بنتحكم فيه يعني.
Workers lay out the wet papyrus strip by strip. Each sheet of paper has two layers, one vertical and one horizontal, to strengthen it. Then the stack goes into the compressor to dry.
كان زمان ايام الفراعنه كان لما يجوا يكبسوا الورق بقى يجيبوا حجاره ويكبسوها، احنا عندنا مكابس.
After that, the sheets are sandwiched between pieces of cardboard to soak up any leftover moisture.
100% كده الورقه نشفت اهي. كده خلصوا على غيار، كده تمام، حطوا في كيس ونعد الورق لايه مثلا واحد عايز مثلا 500,000 ورقه بنديها له.
Atef sells the paper to artists across the village, including Saeed Tarahan. He started out farming the plant, and today he works as an artist.
فتعالى واخد بالك شوف شتله واخد بالك صغيره واخد بالك مزروعه شفتها واخد بالك بدات تكبر والموضوع بدا يعني ايه نكبر معاه. اكبر فتره من عمري وانا بمارس بقت جزء مني.
But since the COVID-19 pandemic put a halt on tourism, he struggled to find a market. He had to close down his shop and lay off his workers just a couple weeks ago. Now he works out of his home.
مفروض واخد بالك ده شكل انوس موجود على خزنه توت عنخ امون، ادي اسمه موجود وانوس واخد بالك على خزنه، ده مقطع منه. المفروض ان صندوق المجوهرات بتاعه وده واخد بالك. هنبدا واخد بالك نملى مساحات ونعمل شكله اللي موجود في الاصل يعني.
All of Saeed's paintings include ancient Egyptian motifs to pay homage to papyrus's origin.
كان ليها عند الفراعنه واخد بالك تاريخ وليها قيمه احنا حاسين بيه، وعشان كده واخد بالك يعني لان دي قصه وتاريخ فاحنا محتفظين واخد بالك بالكلام ده وعارفين كده.
Egyptians invented papyrus paper at least 5,000 years ago, replacing clay tablets and revolutionizing the written word. They used it for things like marriage contracts and shopping lists. They also turned the plant into a weaving material for sandals and baskets. Cheaper paper made from wood pulp or plant fibers eventually replaced papyrus paper, and the plant became nearly extinct in Egypt by the early 1800s, until an art professor and an engineer brought back seeds from other African countries in the 1970s. They set up plantations and workshops in El Karamus. And papyrus became the center of the local economy.
الورق البردي لما نزل قراموس احنا اشتغلناه فيه، كان احنا بنزرع اراضينا قمح، الجنيه هو افضل من زرع القمح يعني بيكسب.
Almost everyone in the village was involved with processing raw materials or making artwork to sell to tourists. Saeed got into papyrus because his cousin was the art professor who helped revive it. He remembers it as a turning point for the village.
فدي أي زراعة جديدة لكن أثرت فينا واخد بالك يعني اقتصاديا المردود والعائد الاقتصادي واخد بالك والثقافي والاجتماعي لا غيرتنا واخد بالك بالطبع. كان التغيير واخد بالك للأحسن.
But after the Arab Spring uprisings in 2011, tourism in Egypt crashed. The country saw a 63% drop in visitors over the following years through 2016. And the market for papyrus paper nearly vanished. A decade later, the industry had just started to recover when the pandemic hit. Saeed has gotten just one order in the past week. A painting like this normally sells to tourist shops for 50 Egyptian pounds, or $3. Bigger and more detailed pieces go for up to 500 Egyptian pounds, or $32. But with sales down, Saeed has had to work another job to keep his business afloat. And he says he'll do everything he can to save the art.
الناس اصبحت واخد بالك النهارده بقت حاجه اساسيه جدا في حياتنا. ده ما ينفعش ما ينفعش. شعوري انا الشخصي واخد بالك في حاله ان انا يعني هحس واخد بالك ان انا افتقدت حاجه مهمه جدا جدا في حياتي.
Atef is also determined to keep Egypt's history alive.
فدي مش حكايه فلوس، ان هي ايام جدي وابويا ان هي موجودين واحنا اتربينا عليها يعني. ازعل جنبي من الخرط اللي في الالوان البردي يعني.
And with Egypt's tourism industry expected to recover this year, Saeed is holding out hope for papyrus.
أنا توقعي إنه لهذه الحرفة الازدهار إن شاء الله بدليل حجم المتاحف اللي بتنشأ وخدت في مصر، وهي عموما السياحة في مصر تمرض ولا تموت.
Ой, нас сейчас. Наоборот, да нет, наоборот.
You want a catchy melody? I got you. You want a happy melody? I got you. Click below to get access to thousands of melodies and chord progressions inside of my MIDI pack. Over
Это вам что ли? Неинтересно. А, это поп-звезда, да? Или что-то типа того. Битлз. А, это настоящее имя, что ли, у человека такое? Странно немножко, да? Эстрадная звезда какая-нибудь, наверное, да? Нет, нет, 80 нет, нет, не знаю. Ну нет, пауза.
Это снова ты, криворукая, что не дай все испортишь. Я же сказал, что не хочу тебя видеть.
Ты знакомый какой-то, да? Американец какой-то, да? Нет, знаешь, что это есть там самый, да. А что так 103? А что так это наоборот? Непонятно. Удобно.
Anyway, let's give him a warm welcome. Here is Hyperion Nights.
Это как Queen, только лучше еще, да, понимаете?
You're always impressed with the rock man enough. This is the rock man I'm off. God, you are fantastic. Show me something.
One more time for the great Lance Rignall, my friend. My good friend.
Только в приложении KFC. Используй промокод WOW30 и получи скидку минус 30% на первый заказ с собой. Подробности акции на kfc.ru.
Эй! Ты мужик, Батман, ты мужик.
So am I! Let's throw it over to Toju, Mutsky, and Luzbilin.
Alright guys, hope you're excited for the next 9.5 hours of the evening. Hey, you are all part of history. This is the longest single speedrun that GDQ's ever featured without it being split in half, so
Yeah.
you're all part of that, yeah. Alright. Alright, count us down.
Let's go.
Тоже сказка, тоже сказка.
5, 4, 3, 2,
1, go! Alright, so this is Final Fantasy IX, so yeah, we have 9 hours for donations if you want to just...
Alright, I'll get right on it.
So joking aside, this game is in its 6th year anniversary from the last time it was ran, which was at AGDQ 2013, run by Spike, Vegeta, and Puexel, both of whom are here. So suffice to say, in that time, some things have changed, some things are the same. And even from the last time that this run has seen a major marathon setting, it has changed quite a bit. So those are some things we're going to be going over as we go along. But until then, sit back and enjoy with the best Let's Play at AGDQ 2019. For now, though, we're
currently on world record pace.
Yes.
So, there's that. This is Garnet, but she's not really Garnet. But they call her Garnet.
Yeah, the beginning of this game is set in the theater ship, which we'll be getting into shortly. But for now, we're just going to enjoy the opening FMV, and then whoever has the top Zidane name in about 1 minute will be our winner.
How about we introduce ourselves?
Yeah, that's good. So, I guess starting from left to right, over here, our silent protagonist from Iceland is Gaddy Cool Sunshine. I am Toju.
I am Kara Karn.
I am Luzbilheim. And I'm Mutsky.
Look, I'm Luzbilheim.
So we're just getting into the game here. We're just going to need about a final refresh on the Zidane name, and who's coming up within the next probably 30 seconds or so.
So here we have Goku's younger brother, Zidane, introduced for the first time.
So right off the bat, we're just going to be doing a quick config menu. We're going to be setting a few things as per runner preference, as well as speeding up some things. And then after that, we are going to be naming our protagonist, whoever he may be. Yeah, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Clap for Blue.
No.
Alright, so we need the Zidane name now.
Alright, it looks like Zizu is the winner.
Could you use-
Z-I-Z-O-U.
Wait, is it all caps or lowercase? for the
I'm a monster.
There you
Okay.
go.
All right, so the first thing coming up is the number one reset part in the run. We're going to be going into the fight with the masked man. We're going to be trying to steal a weapon for Zidane called the Mage Masher. The Mage Masher has a 1 in 16 chance to get, and we have 4 characters who can steal. So everyone at home, get your guesses in the chat. How many steals will it take for us to get it? 6% chance. The last time we did this, it took a whopping 48. So that is the number to beat. Whoever is closest without going over is going to be our winner.
Let's count.
All right. 1, 2,
3.
Dude, we just robbed this guy blind.
4.
Yeah, so there are 2 other steals that we can get, which is what he just got there, as a potion and a wrist. They're pretty much inconsequential. We just want to get the Mage Masher as quick as
5,
possible.
6, 7, 8.
Ooh.
Not world record pace anymore.
Yeah.
It was fun while it lasted, guys.
Hey!
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. World record's still alive.
So yeah, the Mage Masher is really important. It is unfortunate to have to do this right away at the beginning, but it's kind of unavoidable. There's one that is able to be picked up later on, but it's just too out of the way. The Mage Master is a pretty significant boost in strength for Zidane, and much like his starting weapon, it actually starts with Flee, so we kind of get a best of both worlds without sacrificing anything, so it's really imperative for us to pick it up at this fight. Fortunately, in normal runs, all you have to do is watch the opening FMV, and you can do it as many times as you like, but here we're pretty lucky to not have to wait too long.
One thing that's really nice that this game introduced as far as the speedrun goes is that the text boxes populate significantly faster than its predecessors, which populated 1 character at a time. You can see I'm kind of eliminating these pretty quickly because they pop up line at a time rather than 1 character. Which is why in this speedrun, renaming the characters to all have 1 character names really doesn't do a whole lot for the speedrun, so you can actually keep the default names and not have to have every character named A or whatever.
Yeah, and contrary to a lot of JRPG speedruns that have this sort of issue, you don't really need to run any specific language. The time difference between Japanese and English is...
Да, ну, понимает он. Ну, по идее, загробастать, да, понимает. И я бы так сказал, что дети не взрослеют, понимаешь, в чем дело? То есть, ну, в 3 года ты, наверное, вряд ли будешь игрушки эти играть. Да, те, кто 18 лет, у которых это, там, что-то уже, все, ты уже больше не взрослеешь после этого, больше ничего не я поняла, да. И все про это знают, ты 50 лет будешь играть в игры и слушать то, что слушал в 13, да, когда у тебя начало, да, понимают это. Факт. Я не знаю, как бы это уже... Факт не просто, он просто как бы вот такой факт, что ты от него не отвертишься никак, понимаешь. Ничего страшного в этом нет, я думаю, да. Ну да, наверное, начало взрослой жизни, да, ну так. Да, так начиналось совершать, да. О, да. Да, понимаю.
Pretty minor considering the game is really long. The text boxes populate instantly, so the extra, like the fewer characters don't really do much. So that's why pretty much everyone just speedruns the English version of this game.
And because we read all of it, so...
Yeah.
Except me.
Except you. But you're just lazy. You don't like mashing.
Ну, наверное, нет, ну надо. Черт ты знаешь, что это. Несерьезно как-то, понимаешь? Да. Да. Надо было, значит, да, понимаешь. Ну, надо сюда ну да, а что ты все равно делать-то будешь? Так хоть интереснее хотя бы будет. Нет, ну что, амбициознее, нет. Бабы давать будут. Ну уж если так.
Anyway, so we're getting to the opening of the game here. Basically what happened in the beginning there is we find out that Zidane, our protagonist, or Zizou in this case, is part of a theater troupe group, and they have been hired to kidnap Princess Garnet. So that's sort of what's going underway right here at the beginning. But more importantly is, upcoming now is easily the most important skip of the entire game. Saves so much time, and he's guaranteed to get it. Why don't you walk us through it, Matthew?
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to this guy at the right frame, and then I'm going to run away. And that's
pretty much it.
And that's it.
So yeah, this skip is affectionately known as the puck skip because the character that we're going to be running into, who shows up later in the game, is going to be named Puck.
It's a Shakespeare allusion. There's quite a few of them in this game.
So here we go, see if he gets it.
Ah!
Oh no, the run's over! Yeah, true. If it was world record pace, it definitely is not now. Joking aside, most runners actually don't even go for that because it's one of those things where, you know, you save a second if you get it, you lose a second if you don't get it, so it's really minor, but first swag, we want to at least try. Right now we're introduced to our next main character, who is currently unnamed, but soon will be named. It's really minor, but first swag, we want to at least try. Right now we're introduced to our next main character, who is currently unnamed, but soon will be named. He's a black mage, originally known as Vivi, and he wants to go see the play that is being held by this leadership group that we met right at the beginning of the game, but he unfortunately finds out that his ticket is a fake, much to his demise. The guy behind the counter feels very bad for him, so he gives him some cards, but we're going to be trying to find another way in. Anyway.
This segment you're really just kind of intended to explore, and there's some mini games you can do. Like there's a jump rope there that you can press X to jump rope as many times as you can. I guess Squaresoft didn't really put a whole lot of complexity into the mini game, but hey, if it gets better, there's a chocobo mini game later where you get to mash square instead. They're really switching it up on you.
So we're being introduced to Puck again, the guy we did not skip earlier. He wants to find a way to sneak into the play because he also doesn't have a way in. So we're watching guard for him, and now we're going to steal the painter's ladder and make our way up to the church, I believe.
He's called Rat Kid right now because he doesn't have a name, which is a pretty sweet name. FF8 has a character called Mean Guy, so they kind of go well together.
So we just take a quick detour to pick up a tent. That's going to come in handy later on, or at least we hope it's going to come in handy later on a boss fight about 2 hours in, but for now we're just going to hold on to it. We meet up with our first Moogle of the game, as well as another more important Moogle who will be making frequent stops to throughout the run.
They wanted to keep the Moogles in this game because they kind of didn't make a big appearance in FF7 or 8, really. FF7 obviously had the summon, FF8 had them as a really minor part, but and had a mini mod card. But FF9 really wanted to bring them back because FF9 is kind of an homage to all of its predecessors. So they actually use the Moogle as a save point if you're unfamiliar with the game, which is kind of a cool little thing they decided to do to make the Moogles more prevalent and everywhere. They all have unique names too. That one's just called Kupo. He's the first one.
And we're gonna need Vivi's name here any moment.
All right, looks like Keydee. Keydee.
Keydee. That's what I would have went with too, so perfect.
K-E-Y or?
K-E-Y-D-E-E.
Keydee.
Okay. So yeah, they are now sneaking into the play. Like I said, they don't have a way in, and they're aimlessly running across the rooftops, and Vivi is getting made fun of because he's scared of falling off a roof, but so it goes.
This play is actually written by Lord Avon, which again is a pretty obvious allusion to Shakespeare, having been born on Stratford upon Avon. And there's a number of references to Shakespeare throughout the game, like I mentioned, with Puck's name. Instead, like the king of this play is called King Leo, which is obviously like a slurred King Lear kind of. Here we're kind of introduced, this is the first antagonist. She's lovely. Beautiful shades of blue. And this is the princess that we are sought after here and seeking after to kidnap.
Yeah, this first opening FMV here is kind of a nice allusion to what's going on in the beginning. So, for example, we can see that the princess is looking very sullen. The queen is.
I always wanted. I want to see a play somewhere where you're on a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Like stage. I hope that this just takes off. Snyder's got really good eyeliner.
He does.
I like this dance move. Wait for it. Oh yeah. Easy every time. 100 out of 100 nobles were impressed.
So yeah, we're back with our leadership group. They are sort of masquerading this play as using it as an excuse or a distraction, if you will, to kidnap the princess. But nonetheless, they are proficient actors and it's going to be underway. The next fight upcoming, which will be with the king himself, it's a bit of a sort of set up so it's part of the play itself, but it is going to be a battle. It's basically going to be the first introduction to a technique called ATB waiting. This is the first major fight where we need to make use of it because otherwise we run the risk of the enemies using really slow SFX, which is basically just very long animations. So what you're going to see Muskie do here is he's going to be queuing attacks in a specific way and while also holding his cursor in the sub-menus. And as we do it, we'll talk you through it. But basically what it allows us to do is manipulate the fact that our characters are faster than the enemy characters. And in doing so, we're able to get 2 turns off instead of 1.
This is all, the whole play is an auto-scroller, which is why I can't advance the text. And it looks like it's going significantly slower than it has been.
Yeah.
Because I'm actually not controlling it at all.
So our number one goal here, you don't actually have to kill the minions, but we're going to be taking them out right away because, like I said, they have the ability to use these special effect moves, which while they don't do any damage, are very long animation-wise. So we're going to be taking them out first just to try to make sure we have as few of those as possible.
They also, unfortunately, don't look that cool.
No, they do not. So at this point, we're going to be waiting. Well, first miss of the run. So you see he queued an attack with Marcus, and he's going to hold the menu in like this. Basically what that kind of does is, when you're in a sub-menu like that, ATBs don't increase for anyone, including the enemies and yourself. So what you're doing is sort of being in the sub-menus at a specific time, such that your characters can complete their animations, and then once it resets, because they're faster, they're going to get their next turn quicker than the enemy, despite the fact that they both win. So that was actually a pretty good fight.
All right, we'll explain this next part. I would like it to be kind of quiet, though.
Yeah, so just to give a very brief introduction, we're going to be seeing a sword fight upcoming. It's going to be a series of inputs that he has to press in succession. We'll talk more about how it works and how it functions, but for now we'll just give him some silent time and hopefully do what he can do. And good luck.
Enjoy the tune, too.
Big reveal.
100, 100.
Hey!
Easy every time.
Very nice, mate.
Okay, so what's going on there? If you've played
What's going on there is I'm an alpha gamer.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So why that's important? It's not needed for the run to do that, but at least in this version of the game, if you impressed all 100 nobles, they shower you with gil and you get 10,000 gil. If you impress even one fewer than that, you get like 880 or something like that. So it's a pretty significant difference by doing that.
It just gives us a lot of wiggle room through the run. Like, gil will no longer be an issue pretty much ever.
Yeah, and how it kind of works, if you first of all, if you've played this on the HD version or the mobile version, you may have noticed that it's significantly easier than the PS1 version. And, you know, on the flip side, if you've played this on the PS1 version, you may well have struggled with this quite a lot. One factor of it is playing on CRT makes a huge difference because of input delay. But essentially, what it's graded on is kind of ambiguous. Consecutive inputs plays a huge part in it. Strangely enough, you don't actually have to get all inputs correct. If you get, like, for example, the first one wrong and then go very fast on the next one, you actually can still get 100 nobles. Although, strangely enough, you will not impress the queen.
The queen.
The queen.
Queen bun.
But you don't have to impress the queen to get the 10,000 gil.
It's her opinion's irrelevant, just like, you know, everybody.
Yeah. But, yeah, that minigame... Actually, you got a D-pad input first, so... That was
Yeah, it was... I had the worst start that you could get as far as the RNG goes. One thing that is easy to note if you do want to try to do it for like a complete run, like a complete playthrough of the game or whatever, because you do get the Moonstone if you impress the queen. The right and left inputs cannot be the same twice in a row, so if you do a right input, the way that the minigame works is the background actually shifts, and the background's only so long, so if you do a right input, the next left-right has to be left. So I just kind of hover my left thumb over like whichever D-pad I know is coming next, sort of. So I have an idea and then can kind of execute a little bit quicker that way.
Yeah, it kind of similarly works the same with like triangle and X. So opposite inputs tend to have a tendency to show up one after another.
All right,
for now
we need Steiner's name.
Yeah.
We're also introduced to the best characters, Beatrix.
All right, this was a close one, but it looks like Reinhardt won.
Okay. How is it spelled? Because I know it's
do it.
letters.
R-E-I-N. And then I think H-R-T.
H-A-R-D-T.
Yeah,
it's gonna be too long.
We'll
do that.
Yeah, there you go. That's close enough.
Shout outs to Reinhardt. This is Toju's favorite song. If you listen to
it, is. No, we played already. Played already. It was before.
Just kidding.
Wow.
So in this part of the game, Steiner, who we're now going to control, is sent to find Princess Garnet because she kind of dipped out during the play. We find two of his knights are, you know, in their unmentionables, and we're kind of out to see if we can find the rest of his troop. But as far as the speedrun is concerned, you actually don't need to find the other Knights of Pluto. You can just bypass all of it and head straight to the tower where we're going to go to progress the story.
Yeah, if you're an astute viewer, you may have noticed the guards there had the armor missing that our two protagonists, Zidane and Blank, had right after the sword fight. They were kind of using the sword fight of the play as a distraction to sneak their way into the castle. So they basically stole the armor and left those poor souls to the wrath of their commander.
Now that I think about it, it's actually not the last time Zidane is going to steal somebody's clothes in this run either. So to go up the stairs, you can't run into the handrail like I was. It doesn't work. That's me going up the stairs right there.
Yeah, you want to talk about the difference between D-pad and analog movement,
sure.
especially on this version, or with this controller rather.
Yeah, this game... So, using official hardware in this game is really weird because for some reason the left analog, I guess the right, both analog sticks really don't have full 360-degree movement for some reason. So D-pad is very prevalent in this run because anytime you're moving diagonally, you are actually going slower than you should be going.
Yeah, the plastic around the analog stick actually prevents the stick from moving to its maximum range speed when you're using analog.
I would say, I don't know about you guys, but I use D-pad for like 95% of the game. There's only a couple of really obscure shaped screens that I'll use analog on, and the stairs would be one of those. Got Buzz Lightyear flying in.
So yeah, I guess to recap some more, when we did originally make our way into the castle with Zidane and Blank, they came across someone dressed in a white mage robe like that, and they realized almost immediately it's the princess herself, who was doing a much better job at escaping than her captors are doing at chasing her.
Yesterday probably thought it was me in my white mage outfit. What in tarnation? Some good dialogue here from Ruby. She's got like this southern drawl, inexplicably, where no one else has any accent at all. Until this too, I guess. So now we're gonna finally catch up to the princess, and she's going to tell us that she's actually trying to run away from the castle. So we're going to have our captive just kind of go along for the ride willingly. And if you can already see like the love romance brewing already, please kidnap me. Okay. That's a heck of a first date. He's like, I would love to kidnap you. And this is Cinna, who he was in the gang, and we mentioned him earlier. Throughout the entire story, every time he makes an appearance, someone more or less says that he has an ugly face.
It's also probably, you can't really tell because of the graphics.
He's also probably the most frequently useless character in the speedrun. Because
he's amazing for the amount of memes that I've seen of him photoshopped on John Cena to make John Cena.
Yeah, his damage has a ridiculous range. Like he can do between like 2 and 30 something damage at the beginning.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm not sure if you got a turn, but beforehand, but in the King Leo fight, a lot of times Cinna's damage doesn't even do anything, but also not only that, you can't use him to one-shot guards because his damage just sucks, so despite the fact that you want to kill off the guards before King Leo, you actually would just opt to attack King Leo with him, because it's just not reliable at all.
But the worst is in the Mage Master fight when Cinna's trying to hit himself and he's
Yes, he
10 damage to himself.
Yeah, he can't even kill himself, let alone enemies.
So now we're gonna get our first battle of 3 with Steiner before he parties up with us.
Yeah, so Steiner is hot on our tail. We pretended that we were stuck in the hole on our way down here to elude him briefly, but he did catch up to us. So now, going into this fight, it's pretty simple. There is some steal opportunities if the runner chooses to do so. But other than that, we're just going to be doing a few attacks. So you can either do 2 Zidane attacks or 1 Zidane attack with 2 blank attacks. You can actually utilize the ATB wait technique here again. So you'll see He attacks with Zidane, goes into the sub-menu, and then basically just looking for when Zidane's ATB resets back down to 0. Once that, you're clear to just do whatever you want, and you know that because Zidane's faster, he will get to attack again, so.
Oftentimes I'll use defend with characters while I'm ATB waiting if I know I'm about to finish the fight, just so that I can hold X and have Zidane's attack a menu queued as quickly as I can.
Yeah, sometimes you get yourself into a situation
where you're like shuffling through characters,
yeah.
Then you can miss the opportunity that you had to actually get the second attack off.
Unfortunately, Steiner always goes first in this fight, so even though he had really good ATB, it's absolutely impossible to get the attack off first.
I hope you enjoyed the animation of Steiner's cool attack, because that is the coolest thing you will see Steiner do for pretty much the whole run.
Unfortunately for us, we knew Steiner's biggest weakness, which are Oglops. And I believe they were hidden in Blank and Zidane's armor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. You see them hopping around when they're in there.
Which begs a lot of questions that will go unanswered, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So these two guys holding Marcus are pretty cool. They're the Eero brothers, and they just kind of flail their arms around if you watch. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like they don't know which arm to fist pump with, so they just do both.
Yeah, so while the play is going on, we're trying to escape from Steiner, and to do so, they are taking the lips up to the play themselves, so they're going to need to do a little bit of improv. Fortunately for them, because I Want to Be Your Canary is the region's most popular play, Garnet herself actually knows all the lines to the play, so she's going to join in. Steiner doesn't know what's going on.
Going for another man already.
And as Steiner's actually an amazingly good actor here by accident.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, is he's asking Steiner to marry the princess, and he's thoroughly confused as he knows that this is Princess Garnet, and does not know that this is a play. With that in mind, it leads them to some very unfortunately tragic situations. Oh no, and there goes the princess.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Steiner, the acting by Steiner here is so good, just accidental.
It's almost like it's real. So while this is going on, the queen is devastated, because this is also her favorite play. She is reveling in the fact that she does not know where her daughter is. And also, at the flip side, Vivi and Puck have probably the best seats in the house, which makes you wonder why they're even there, considering part of the play was
they're actually there. They're standing where our battle was.
Yeah, they're practically on stage when you think about it.
They were really impressed.
Yeah. So yeah, they're running away from the guards, and you'll see Vivi's first use of his magic, confirming yes, he is indeed a black mage.
And he has pretty bad aim.
Yes. So, unfortunately for them, Garnet needs to take off her on the fire robe, and now everyone knows it's her, including the queen. So we're going into our next battle with Steiner, and this one's going to be a little bit different in what we choose to do. You can win this fight, but we're going to elect to instead suicide all our characters, except Garnet, which is hopefully,
Yeah,
which is a mistake that I'm pretty sure every runner has done at some point.
So yeah, like say he has Zidane hit himself, and then you go to select Vivi like as soon as Zidane's hitting himself, and then you'll accidentally target Garnet.
Yeah, because when you go to target your party members, it instantly just goes to the top. So if you try to select someone while someone else is essentially killing themselves, the cursor will automatically move down, so you can get yourself into trouble if you're not careful. There is some ways to kill Steiner that potentially are faster, but most of the time it's just easier to kill off your characters. And the guards nor Steiner will not actually attack Dagger, so once the rest of the party is down, then the fight is over.
So now they're trying to take off because, as you saw earlier, the theater ship is able to fly. So they're just trying to take off, and the queen is going to try to do everything she can to prevent them from getting away with her daughter.
Yeah, naturally. Obviously, their cover is now blown, given the fight that we just had, so not only is their cover blown, they know that the princess is with them, so they're going to try to escape, but the queen does not want to let that happen, obviously, so she's readying her harpoons and then has another surprise waiting for us as well.
This is actually one of my favorite FMVs in the game. The idea of having a castle that shoots, I don't know, harpoons with chains on them. Like it's like they know that this is the only time that these weapons would be useful, and they were ready for it.
And of course, my favorite part of the cutscene is coming up.
Yes.
Right here.
It's actually extra concerning when you think about it because there really isn't that many airships in this world in the first place. So there's like maybe 4 or 5 opportunities to use this. But the ultimate weapon coming now is the bomb.
There. Can I get some car bombs? Yeah. If any of my subs are in the chat.
Shameless self-promotion. No, but yeah, bombs are obviously a recurring enemy in the Final Fantasy series, so...
I'm excited for all 7 of his subs to use it.
So yeah, our strategy here is this. Oh,
this is actually my favorite part of the run because you don't really do anything, so I just like to play this song.
Oh, yeah.
Wait for it. Thank you.
And in case you were wondering, folks, yes, this is indeed the pinnacle of FF9 speedrunning.
You find ways to entertain yourself while you're actually speedrunning nothing.
Yeah, so our strategy on that fight is basically just the same as the last one. Unlike the last one, however, we do not really have an option to try to kill Steiner. The funny thing about that fight is that Steiner is repeatedly being told that there's something behind him, won't actually look until the end. So the bomb explodes, is now obviously on its way down, but fortunately for us, they're able to make their way out of the city, but not that far, as it turns out. It also makes you wonder where the chains went, exactly. But they did get rid of them all, so without too much damage.
So mad I'm gonna send. Oh. Get on it. Like you see all this mist here, this is actually causal for why there are so many monsters in this world, which we'll learn about more a little bit later on. But the mist is actually a really, really significant part of the story.
Yeah, this upcoming, or actually, oh, wait a bit.
I like how they cut this FMV so they can have a dialogue that says, "We're gonna crash." These are all the happy little trees.
It's kind of annoying because it would be a nice little early break, except you have to just skip one text box.
Yeah.
I don't know how anyone survives this. The grungy people, right?
Yeah, it looks like it should be like a nuclear wasteland based on the background.
Yeah, so this part here is an ominous foretelling of the rest of the story. The Queen is essentially sending her jesters after Garnet, but not only to get her back, but because they have some sort of secret project that they need.
It's like, we need to try our experiment.
Yeah, they have some sort of experiment that...
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. For now, it will go unexplained, but suffice to say it's not good. But for now, the rest of our crew, the ship has crashed into this forest known as the Evil Forest.
It's okay, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean...
And this is where the RNG really starts to play a huge factor, because we're going to start getting random encounters, which can...
It's just all sigh.
Yeah.
They're pretty brutal in this game compared to a lot of games for a number of reasons.
Yeah,
they made fleeing from battles really, really difficult, and the load times for each battle is also quite long.
Alright, each encounter is at least 30 seconds. Sometimes it can be up to a minute if a bunch of enemies get a turn.
Yeah.
So, we'll try to keep track of the total number of encounters. Maybe the crowd can help us keep track of the number.
You know, they're introducing us to a new thing they added for FF9 called the Active Time Event, or ATE. And essentially, like, while you're doing things, like, these will pop up throughout the game, and they kind of let you check in on characters in places where you are currently not at, and you can see what's going on around elsewhere. Alright, we're going to take our first little save here.
Yeah, there's something that is going to come up throughout the run. Most of the ATEs that we'll see are forced, obviously. but casually speaking, they added it was kind of a nice way to get a glimpse into what other characters are doing, especially since the party does frequently change throughout the game.
And even the save state at one time, because you had to wait for the Moogle to do his little thing.
He does like a double front flip. Give him a break. I don't care where you're going. If someone says someone's going to do a backflip here, you're going to wait.
One.
Yeah, this, as you can see, is the first screen of the game where we can get encounters. This particular encounter is not the worst that could happen. We have a fight with a boss at about 1 hour mark in the run, and we need to keep track of Zidane's experience. We want him to be ideally level 4, but level 3 is also good. So this particular encounter is nice because experience is split by however many party members are in your party at the time of the battle, so Zidane actually gets the full benefit of the experience here. So
it makes this next fight go a little bit faster, actually.
Yeah, because if he's still level 1 on this fight, then you'll actually get the D-Trance animation.
Which is also very long.
Yeah.
Though my only thing that I really am not particularly fond of in this game is its limit break system, which is the trance system.
Yes, this is where it's introduced right here.
Like, if you just watch how long it takes to activate, it's a little bit much.
Yeah, it's very possible that Square Enix perhaps wanted to nerf the limit breaks in FF8, which if you've ever seen a speedrun of that, heavily abuses them because they're essentially spammable if you're at low HP. So in this game, it's essentially the opposite, where you have almost no control of when you get to use your limit breaks. Story-wise, trance is, as Steiner says, induced by emotion, so basically any sort of surge of emotion, in this case Zidane trying to save Garnet, has given him special powers, so to speak.
And I'm sure many people have accidentally used Tidal Flame on this fight and game over because...
It's so cool though, when you're like 8 and you play this for the first time and it's like free energy or Tidal Flame.
Yeah, the Mage Master that we got is the one that gives Tidal Flame, so you would only accidentally do that if you get that weapon.
Yeah, you'll notice when he did those 2 attacks with Zidane, the bar below his health actually was going down with each attack. So the reason why level 1 has the D-Trance animation, which Makara alluded to, is because he has less bar essentially because he's lower level. So when you do your second attack, it expires. So it has to play this animation of you going out of trance, which is basically just as long as the one you get when you get trance. So because of the fact that we're level 2, it won't actually run out. And we don't have to watch it since the fight is over.
Alright, so that first cage actually took the princess and fled, and now we have Vivi, who has now been captured by another one, and we're going to try to save him as well.
This fight, just like the last one, for some reason you can attack Vivi, but we don't have trance, so we're not going to make any Tidal Flame mishaps.
But Vivi will actually use attacks on the enemy even though he's not in our party, which is really nice because he does quite a bit of damage.
And as you can see, the prison cage absorbed HP from Vivi, so this fight has a bit of a time limit to it because it's keeping track of Vivi's health the entire time. But fortunately for us, it's essentially free, especially with the weapon that we stole at the beginning.
So we do 2 attacks each, and then we're going to do a steal in the 3rd round, and hopefully we will get the common steal.
Yes.
Which is
the...
Hey!
Okay.
That's good. Alright.
So that fight was about as good as it goes.
Of course, since we had 10,000 gil, it's not as big a deal.
Yeah, the broadsword is actually not a good item, but that's precisely why we want it. We can use it later to give to a character that temporarily joins and take their better item, so getting the broadsword, which is the most likely option, is the best thing to happen. However, this is FF9, and that is not always the case, so sometimes it is possible to miss, and it is possible to get the rare steal, which is the leather wrist, which is not useful for us. It actually can be detrimental because the leather wrist is what gives Zidane enough stats to be able to crit, and there's certain fights where we really want to monitor our damage, so it has a lot of disadvantages early on.
So yeah, we've killed that boss, and he shot that like fume out after he died, and now all of these people that were with us have been infected with seeds of some kind, and so they need to drink this like potion, I guess, to, I don't know, get rid of them.
Yeah, and the reason we need the broadsword is because you can't actually remove a weapon.
Yeah.
You can remove armor and accessory, but if you want to remove a weapon, you have to equip another weapon. So we want to take the better sword off of Blink before he leaves us.
Yeah, in the world of Gaia, you are allowed to be naked, but you're not allowed to be unarmed. So what's going on here? Vivi and Steiner have been poisoned by the prison cage, so Zidane's going around giving them the antidote. At the same time, Leo, King Leo, if you will, is the leader of this troop, is telling Zidane that they are giving up on their mission to steal away the princess, but of course Zidane, who is instantly infatuated with her, wants to save her to the demise of his boss. And to that end, he is reminiscing about her already, even though he only met her like 20 minutes ago.
Listen, when you get down on one knee and tell a girl you want to kidnap her, that's for life.
What does it mean when she tells you she wants you to kidnap her?
I think that's called marriage. We're together forever now.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, you can do a few.
Okay, we have $5 from Roosta78. Good luck to all the runners. It's gonna be a long night.
Yes, it is.
We have $25 from Kaio's Little Monster. I've heard this game is easy if you're Lesbel. Super hyped to watch this.
Так а что они там $70 долларов? Там что, кто по $500, их надо озвучивать большим текстом. Меня это не касается. Я не могу тебе все объяснить, но это не в пользу. Если ты куда-то жертвуешь $500 просто так, это не в пользу тебя как мужчины, говорит. Это я так. Ну хорошо, поправь меня, если
Run with you all again. Good luck. Donation goes to naming Iko Mutsky. We have $100 from Jay Zin, who says, here's $1 per noble impressed. Nicely done. And we have another $100 from Trance Quina.
Hey.
As promised, here's $1 for every noble impressed. Also, when Mutsky gets the FMV break, could he explain?
Охренеть.
Explain to everyone why he doesn't like Eco. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All right, listen.
Okay. We'll get there. So we're going into a fight with someone we fought already. As we mentioned, Zidane's boss is not too happy with the fact that he wants to rescue the princess against orders, so they're doing what any men would do and fighting it out. If we're lucky, he won't be very good at that. This fight is actually, and it tickles as it turns out. So this fight actually is potentially scary, especially if you're level 1, because it is technically possible to die here. When you're level 1, if you get a miss, and if you don't get any of those animations where you don't take any damage, you can actually game over. It's pretty rare, but it can happen. As with anything in our JRPGs, anything can happen.
Yeah, I've had a 2 miss, but then he missed me.
Yeah, that's great. I thought it was over, and then you just see the final miss. So he's like, all right, you hit me 3 times, you can go. And then Zidane like admits that the punch that he takes after the fight is actually like the one that like knocks the wind out of him.
So there's another few things going on here. Zidane is going to enlist Steiner to help him rescue the princess, which of course he's going to oblige because he's very loyal to her. At the same time, Steiner tells him that he wants to take Vivi along with him, despite the fact that he's essentially a very timid child. But Steiner has a lot of respect for him because, as he says, black mages are very powerful. The other thing we're doing here is we're going back into this room to pick up an ether. Ethers are really important early on, not actually because we want to use them, but because they sell for 1,000 gil a piece. Normally in 100 nobles, you actually can skip that one in there, but obviously for marathon safety, it's much easier for us to just pick it up.
So now we're talking to Vivi, and Steiner wants to talk to him in private because he has this great idea called Magic Sword. Which is as awesome as it sounds.
So we're about to venture back out in the evil forest, and time to get more encounters, or maybe not.
Yeah. Yeah, so what we alluded to, the Evil Forest, pretty much all the screens past the next one have encounters on them. We do need to get some experience on Zidane. Fortunately, like I said, the one that we did get as a bit of bittersweet to get an encounter, but Zidane got full experience from that one. Unlike this one, anytime we kill any monsters from now on, the experience is going to be split in 3.
Oof.
Right, so this one's only going to give 7 XP to everyone, whereas the first one gave 23 to Zidane alone.
Yeah, our target goals are... The best fight we could have on the upcoming boss would be if we were level 4 most of the time, which we would need 101 experience. Enemies, for the most part, give 23, 22, or 30... I forget what they... 33, I think. How much did they...
3!
I don't think XP is going to be a problem.
No. In any case, we take what we can get here. So another important thing to note is Zidane is able to one-shot all these enemies that we're seeing now, the Goblin and the Fang, but Steiner can only one-shot Goblins. So we have to make sure we keep... Oh, well, okay.
Or not.
Or we just have our second miss of the run within the first 45 minutes. So actually on the next screen, we're going to be doing, the first time we're going to be doing what is called a screen split. You're going to see Muskie go into the next screen, and he's going to take this little side exit. That's actually not the way we want to go, but what that accomplishes for us is that it resets the encounter level, or the threat level, back down to 0.
Like if you're familiar with almost every Final Fantasy speedrun before this one, minus a few of them, especially like the earliest ones, this does not have a step count, so we can't really manipulate the random encounters. They really are like almost purely random. The RNG resets every time we enter a new screen, so dipping in and up, like in and out of different screens like I just did, it just makes it so that you kind of save a few steps whenever you're finishing off the second half of a screen, rather than trying to make it through the entire screen and increasing the threat level the entire time.
Yeah, there are ways to prevent encounters. The TAS does that, but the problem is there's no way in real time to know when. Like you can stop for a couple frames, or you can like rush into the wall, stuff like that. But yeah, there's no way you can know when you need to do it. Because you can't keep track of the RNG.
You can technically change the RNG, it's just that you don't know what you're changing it to. You could very well try to do something, and then it just makes it worse. Kind of how the encounters work in this game is that as you take more steps, your threat level increases, which all that means is it makes it more likely that on the next step you're going to get an encounter. We only got those 2, not too bad.
Alright, so 3 in Evil Forest is not too bad.
That's about average. If you get the first one, 3 totals.
But when you get up to like 7 in Evil Forest, that's pretty much reset.
So we got our first major boss of the run. They get to the end of the Evil Forest and they encounter this boss known as Plant Brain. Plant brain is split into 2 phases. So what we're going to elect to do, although it may seem counterproductive, is once Zidane gets the turn, Muskie's going to be suiciding him. And this is going to be starting his next phase. Fortunately for us, even though we don't have Zidane, Blank joins in to save the day. And we're going to need 3 attacks to finish him off. We need a fire. The illustrious fire sword, that's Steiner's great idea, is going to come into play.
Спать давно пора еще. Денег-то нет. Охранительная игра, как да, интересно, как я понимаю, что я только играть на меня, только верно? Это парадокс тоже. Мне тоже это всегда было интересно. Я тоже тебе говорю, музыка для котов. Сука, что? Сука, чайнё. Ну, так, тут еще всякое. Три. Вот это реально. А в чем смысл тогда? Смысл тогда? Какой будет это делать? Нет! Да, тебе такое скажет. Ох, как мощно. Так, что это такое вообще? Так, что нам еще? Интернет. Полконцерта по.
Play here and a blank attack.
And if you notice, when we use Fire Sword, it actually uses Steiner's MP and not Vivi's, even though Vivi's the only one actually using magic.
Alright,
Wow.
that was actually a perfect fight,
Yeah,
but Plant Brain didn't
nice.
even get a turn.
Yeah, that fight can be both scary and annoying because one of his most used abilities applies darkness to the party members, which obviously, if you do that before Zidane suicides himself, it's very possible that he's just going to miss, and then you have to waste an attack with someone else. And if he does it afterward, then you're potentially going to miss with blank. Vivi and Steiner can't miss because technically they're considered spells, but you still need the extra attack to kill.
And you can also use Thunder All, and that will kill Vivi, and if you've already queued the Fire Sword when Vivi dies, then the spell will get cancelled.
So our first real menu of the game, aside from equipping the Mage Master, Mutski's going to revive Zidane, heal him up. He cured some... Actually, he didn't need to cure... Normally you would cure Darkness here, but we don't need to do that because he didn't get any attacks. We also used the Broadsword that we stole. Blank has an Iron Sword, which is significantly stronger, so having the lesser Broadsword allowed us to
Just use as a placeholder on Blank's equipment, because Blank is going to be gone.
Yeah.
He will never be back in the party ever again.
Yeah, and so he gets that, and then we just give some extra equipment to Steiner and Zidane, and then gives Steiner a few abilities. This fight is also random. You can get anywhere between 2 and 4 plant spiders. This is a really good way to potentially catch up on Zidane experience, because each plant spider gives 22 experience. So obviously if Zidane's the only one around, it gives a maximum of 88, which is almost enough to get him to level 4 as is. So how you play this fight really is just play it by ear. It really depends on where you're at with Zidane's experience. It depends on where your ATBs are at. A lot of times you may see runners just immediately fire all, because fortunately fire can kill them in one shot. Muskie elected to get rid of Blank and Reinhardt to get some extra experience, and had only those 2 alive, so Zidane got a cool 44 from that. And I think he hit level 4 there?
Yeah, I think it's 3.
3. Yeah, that was 3. So we're still level 3, which is fine. We can do the fight at level 3, it just potentially will take an extra round or 2.
Yeah, it might take 1 or 2 rounds, depending on starting ATBs and damage rolls. But level 3 Sea Lion fight is entirely safe.
On this version.
Yes. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. There's the Japanese version and the English version of this game are mostly the same, but there are a few eccentricities that arise that we'll talk about when we get there as well. Here, our protagonists are trying to escape through the forest, which is now petrifying itself in self-defense. They kind of realize that these monsters are never ending, and they capture Blank, who is basically sacrifices himself so the rest of them can get away. What he's throwing here is actually the map of the world, so they can get around.
It makes it sound like it's the only one.
Yeah.
The map of the world.
It's really... Well, I mean, have you seen another one? Look, it's got a nice, like, parchment on it and everything.
What I don't understand is how everyone is outrunning Zidane. Yeah. Like how's Vivi and Steiner carrying dagger outrunning Zidane? I don't understand.
Maybe his tail makes him off balance or something.
I think that Zidane and Blank have a conversation before the FMB starts. Like in...
Ну да, понятно. Надо проговаривать. Ну ладно. Ну вот это вот он имеет в виду.
In the beginning.
Ну да.
And there's Blank.
Все равно, то есть, да, там все равно, да, вот так вот понял, стоят.
Rest in peace. Yep.
Do you have time for a quick donation?
Вот мы, ты понял меня, да? Не понимаю.
Yeah, this would be a good time, actually.
All right, we have $250 from Courtney Rail. Come on, my fellow Final Fantasy fans, let's get the wedding and blindfolded incentives met, because more Final Fantasy is always welcome. So yeah, we do have 2 Final Fantasy incentives. We've got the Vivi and Quina marriage, and also blindfolded menuing. We still have a little bit of time to get your donations in for that, so come on, let's get those met. Yeah, also 1.2 million, guys. That's great.
So now they're just kind of talking about what they're going to do from this point onward.
$1,500 миллиона, что ли?
Obviously, like as we said, the forest was not in their plans at all. Steiner wants to take the princess back to Alexandria. Vivi's just come along for the ride, and Zidane is still trying to take Garnet to the city of Limblum, where he was hired to kidnap her.
conveniently enough for us, not only were we hired to take the princess to Lindblom, but she also wants to be taken to Lindblom for reasons that we don't yet know, and she will not divulge to us. Pretty much everything just falls into our lap in this game at the beginning.
Ну там по всем, ну конечно несколько игр.
So he's like, hey, I saved you, now my friend's a rock. I'm gonna talk to this rock tree now. She's like, sorry. She does feel bad, and she is the reason that he gets saved later, more or less. It's all good.
Ну, наверное, то есть ты что-то получаешь там, 30 баксов.
You probably have time for a few donations.
Wait, hang on. This is
okay.
This is they wanted to use the Mughals for one other thing, which was to teach you mechanics. So this Mughal tells you everything, and he's like, I know lots of neat stuff, and he lectures you, and then he's like, you sure know a lot, and he's like, I know.
We have $100 from Hoishin. Greetings from Japan.
Hey.
So happy to see you guys running Final Fantasy IX with awesome commentary. I've got food and drink ready for the next 9 hours. By the way, I have a very important question for you. What is the best Final Fantasy IX character, and why is it Eiko?
We'll let you fill that one, Matsuki. Why is it Eiko?
Well, let me tell you a story. Story. You're too young yet. So this is the next segment called the Ice Cavern. On the world map, while the overlay for the location names are up, you actually can't get random encounters, so there was a 0% chance that I would encounter anything there. Aiko's the worst character.
But why?
Just wait.
Yeah.
There's two types of people in the world, people that dislike Aiko and liars.
So on the first screen here, well not here, but the next screen, there's going to be some random jets of mist coming out, and we're going to want to avoid those because you get forced into an encounter if you run into those.
Я правильно понял, за последние 5 минут там $2000 что добавилось, да? Сейчас проверим. Да.
Fantasy now is
200 да, там? То есть это реально такая сумма.
we still have a little bit incentives.
800, да.
Off balance. Got it. Here is it. Use it. We will fill up the other like you. No, applies dark air. Miners were not. Zidane. Need a flyer. The
Diners MP and not VVs.
48.
Even though
yeah, extra quick. That we'll talk about. Yep.
Ну не 2 минуты, да.
Actually.
Yep.
Cheap.
Wait, hang on.
А тут
Greetings from Japan.
сменили просто, да?
The overlay, there was a 0% chance that I would.
Итого, ну да, нет, это, ну, то есть, что это не приготовленная сумма там за год, а это, вот, ну, да, понимаю это, да. Ну просто так, за интерес просто. Ну вот так вот это, да, как Газпром по копейке, как это в советские годы, так говорили, ну неважно. Ну ладно, это вранье. Ну да, да. То есть настолько это людям интересно. Причем эти люди, они как бы среди нас живут. То есть про это никто не знает, это как бы подпольный бизнес, типа того.
But why?
Слушай, даже в России, представляешь. Не корейцы только, хотя может быть корейцы. Это еще не самый популярный.
Yeah, there's two types of people in the world. People that dislike Aiko and liars.
Ну да. Ну и так далее, да, понимаете. Наверное, вообще ничто. Ну, на уровне кинематографа.
On the first screen here, well not here, but the next screen, there's going to be some random jets of mist coming out, and we're going to want to avoid those because you get forced into an encounter if you run into those, and the enemies you get in the mist encounters are not very nice.
Yeah, the fact that there's mist sort of flowing everywhere in this cavern is very foreboding for pretty much everything that happens in the first half of this game. The fact that running into the mist gives you an encounter with an enemy is also probably pretty telling. Something important here, this chest gives a 10. Doing actual runs, you have an option to skip that.
Oh. That was really close.
I wasn't even scared.
Yeah, while you're having that, well, so not only are they random, they actually change every run. So even during that cutscene that we had before we gained control, you can actually see the mist in the background. So whether or not you want to actually choose to just run right up without picking up the chest is potentially shown there.
Okay, so we hopefully can get level 4 inside in here, although this is
one of the scariest encounters in this whole place, actually, and because these enemies have an attack called Sleeping Juice, which it's pretty self-explanatory what that does. Fortunately, Muskie has some good ACB and we don't need to worry about that.
These guys don't get very good experience, but he's close enough that he should get it.
Yep. Yeah, just barely, yeah. Nice. So we hit our level 4 target. Like I said, it is very possible to do it at level 3, but if we're going to get the encounters anyway, we might as well just hit level 4 because we are potentially saving a round or two for that.
5. If you get lucky, sometimes that mist jet will be down and you can just cut right through instead of having to go around the loop. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen very often. So since these are at level 4, we kind of want to run away, or unless, well, we get more XP here with Vivi and Steiner.
Yeah, there are some early benefits actually to getting some extra levels on Vivi and Steiner. Obviously, if you can just have no encounters, that's ideal, but if we're getting them anyway, having extra damage on these two characters is really nice. It is interesting to note that you may be wondering, how do we get through the game without fighting encounters? Levels don't really do that much in this game. Early on, it's
I forgot to save, so we're getting an extra little cutscene.
And with the Moogle as well.
I meant to save outside this.
And we're saving this guy, so it's fine.
So he's like, uses fire and melts him out. Oh! This is the second character that he is now set ablaze.
So yeah, at level 4, you actually get an extra. You get higher damage rolls, so it makes it much more likely that we can 5-hit the next boss.
I know.
What new information do they have for us this time, Mutsky? So yeah, since it ain't leveled up, it doesn't replenish your HP, so he's just giving us a quick heal. So we go into the next fight with full HP, and a quick save just in case any shenanigans happen on the next fight.
It should be completely wrong. It should be completely fine, especially at level 4.
We have $50 from Jacobo the Chocobo. Great run so far, Mutt. Here's hoping you dominate Ice Cavern this time. Also, you're right about Aiko.
See, some people get it. So here at this part of the cavern, you'll see everyone's kind of freezing. There's like this, the mist is being blown and everyone's going to start to fall asleep. You see Vivi's kind of drowsy and just tumbles down this small cliff. Small ledge.
I also love how Steiner is clearly going to fall on top of Vivi, but just conveniently moves to the right as he's falling down.
And Zidane kicks him.
Yeah, so for one reason or another, Zidane is significantly less affected by whatever's going on than his 3 other party members, so with that in mind, we're going to be going to the next boss fight with only Zidane, so this is going to be a 2v1 at the start.
So depending on how much XP you have, you can fight this boss at like level 2, level 3.
Господи, хорошо-то как. 5-й раз уже, Юрий Андреевич. Да хоть 10-й. Я взятки полгода не видел. Да, ты кто такая?
Вашему полярному выпала огромная честь. Он выбран местом для самого крупного мусорного полигона в Европе.
Есть одна проблема.
Ты фермера подвинуть не можешь.
Three or level 4. Level 4 is obviously the safest because he has more HP and he does more damage. At level 4 he can do 100, 96, 92, or 88 damage, compared to level 2 or 3 only does 84, 88, 92, or 96.
So this is the Black Waltz 1 fight with his sidekick Sea Lion. This fight is pretty much just dependent on knowing exactly how much damage you could possibly take each round, and then healing if you will die, obviously, or you have a potential to die, is probably the more accurate way to say it. The first thing we need to do is take out the mage. I believe you attack Sea Lion first, he just gets healed.
Yeah, he casts Blizzard on Sea Lion and heals him.
Yeah.
So this is one of the first kind of major differences between the Japanese and the English version. So in the Japanese version, Black Waltz 1 actually does more damage with Blizzard, and Sea Lion does more damage with his big attack Tsunami. So yeah, the Japanese version of this fight is really scary at less than level 4.
Yeah, this game, basically the main difference between the two versions is that for whatever reason, although they're primarily identical, there's a few places where for some reason one version will do 1.5 damage on certain elemental abilities and the other will do 1.5 damage on other abilities. So the Tsunami attack, which we're going to see near the end of this fight, is one of the ones that does 1.5 damage in the Japanese version, but not in this version.
Look at that, perfect 150.
So the mechanic of this fight essentially is that with our damage rolls, every other attack that we do is going to trigger a counter attack. So you'll see on this attack, the jewel on Sea Lion is going to change. Did you know that that happens?
Wait, what?
It's yellow.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so it changes to yellow, and that means that he's going to be using his next ability. What that means is that that's actually a counterattack. So you see he's going to get 2 moves. And that's not because he's faster than us or anything, it's just that once he gets below certain HP thresholds, he just uses it automatically, but he still gets his regular turn. So those 2 instances of counters in this fight are the points where you really need to make sure you know how much HP he has.
But no, seriously, I never saw that before. Thank you for pointing it out to me.
I had a feeling maybe you just counted damage or something.
I may actually get my trance on the last turn of this fight, or second to last.
So yeah, that's actually a strat that you, if you get like no encounters up to this point or something like that, and he's only level 2.
I'm actually just gonna wait one more.
Steal.
No.
So if you do this fight at level 2, you pretty much have to go for trance.
So this is a really good point to talk about how trance works. Much like everything else in FF9, it's random. It really has nothing to do with how much damage you take or anything at all. It's just a random value that's, I'm actually not sure of the calculation, but whenever you take a hit, it just decides between, sometimes as low as 0, I think, to any number value. That's how much it'll fill out.
It's the random number between 0 and your spirit value.
Tidal Flame is actually not a fire elemental attack, so it doesn't actually do more because it's an ice enemy, it just looks cooler.
Yeah, so Muskie elected to wait for trance there because had he attacked again, that would have triggered his second counter, which is the Tsunami attack that we mentioned. So he figured he was going to get tranced anyway, you might as well just wait and skip the additional attack.
I didn't see, did he steal it all?
No.
So you can actually steal a Mithril Dagger on that fight, which is actually fairly useful in the next 2 bosses if you can get it. That's why some runners opt to go directly for trance on that fight and hope to get the Mithril Dagger to save time on the next couple bosses. But unfortunately, since filling the trance is so random, you can just be sitting there forever waiting for the trance to fill up.
Yeah, it is very conceivable that you just get hit many times in a row, and the bar will not change at all. So what's going on here, Zidane gets back from his fight with the first Black Waltz encounter, and he chooses not to divulge that information to his teammates. So we're just going to do a quick heal and make our way out of the ice cavern.
6. So 6 is pretty bad so far, but you know, it's a marathon, so what can you do?
So much like all the other enemies in the previous areas as well, we can one-shot everything with Vivi, or we can flee with Zidane. Generally, those are the two things we're choosing between, just depending on, you know, their ATBs or what our levels are at.
Fortunately, we got some really good ATB on Vivi throughout these encounters. So
Yeah, I've used him on every single one so far.
he got an exorbitant amount of XP right now. Alright, only one on the way out.
Alright, we're gonna need the name for Princess Garnet in about a minute. Maybe less.
Meditation.
Or Dagger. It might be under Dagger.
I have Garnet's name as Claige. K-L-A-I-G-E.
K-L-A-I-G. Easy.
Yeah, so what's going on here is they're just sort of talking about what they're going to do next, and Zidane suggests that the princess should take up an alias going forward so people don't recognize her as the princess. When Steiner pushes Zidane, he drops his dagger, and she gets this brilliant idea of, oh, I should go by Dagger.
But in this case, she's gonna be like, what's this called? Oh, it's a dagger. It's like, okay, call me Claige.
So I hate to break in, but actually, that just got sniped by my man at the last second. The clutch donation from my man. So that's M-Y space M-A-N.
Can we put spaces?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
My man.
My man.
Spelling is so hard.
I also like that you've chosen to put everything in full capital letters.
I thought about switching it, but then I was like,
no, it's too late.
I'm a monster once. I'm a monster the whole run.
Unfortunately, we can't pick like the accent. There's one name incentive, I think, that had some accent marks, but unfortunately, we can't put those in. I think FF10 has those.
If you're gonna explain this while I do it,
you're not gonna run it?
No.
Okay, so unlike our trip to the ice cavern, there is not going to be a title screen displayed here, so this really jaggy movement that you're seeing Mutsuki do is with a technique called stutter stepping. The encounters on the world map work differently than they do in other areas, and essentially how this is working is because he's taking such short steps, his encounter threat level is never increasing. So if you do it properly, you will never get an encounter doing that. If you do, then that means you've done it wrong. So because every time you enter a world map screen, your threat level is at 0, you have no possible chance of getting an encounter. So by doing this weird movement, taking these short steps means that it will never increase from 0, and therefore you can never get an encounter on the world map.
Unfortunately, it's pretty difficult to do it both consistently and quickly. Have to be pretty good at mashing, like someone over here.
Yep. Yeah, if you ever watch a speedrun of this and you see the runner get an encounter, it's most likely because they were trying to go faster than you're able to. If you see any like long steps taken while you're trying to do that, that means that you are most likely increasing your encounter chance.
So we get to this quiet village, and we stop at this inn, and the innkeeper is kind of like bewildered at Vivi for some reason. We don't really know why, and Zidane thinks that he's staring at the princess. And this town seems very quiet and quaint, but we kind of slowly pick up as we progress around that there's like some sketchy business going on here involving a mage type, very similar to Vivi is.
Сейчас каждый, наверное, да, наоборот, ну ладно. Это, наверное, просто как бы типа ностальгии, что-то, нет? Нет, не так, Света говорит, ну да.
Too.
Я тоже так считаю,
Yeah, you probably have a time for a few donations here.
Okay, great. We have $25 from Conde Petit. Since Mutsky was an alpha gamer and impressed 100 nobles, here's the extra 25 I promised. I'll be counting those encounters since there's another 25 in it if there are fewer than 60 in total. We have a $10 anonymous donation. I've been waiting for this run since I first checked the schedule, and I've been hooked on watching FF9 speedruns since I saw you guys run it at RPG Limit Break. And even though I'm incredibly sick, I'll be watching this all night. I will also donate an additional $10 if we get guard skip. Donation goes to Mutsky's choice.
Ooh.
Pressure.
We'll see about that.
We've got $5 from Vinny Baz. Greetings from Sweden. 6 a.m. here, and my son woke me up so we wouldn't miss my favorite game. Good luck with the run, Mutsky, and thanks for bringing back the memories. We've got $250 from Motane, donating during my favorite game of all time. Gotta get that marriage incentive met. And speaking of incentives, we do have the marriage and the blindfolded menuing incentive still going strong. We're getting closer to those goals, but if you want to see those, you should get your donations in soon.
So what's going on here? Story-wise, you're sort of intended to explore this town, but
that's slow.
Yeah, it's slow. We don't really care, so the fastest way to do it is to just visit the garden off to the top right of the village and then enter that building twice, and that sort of sets up the trigger that lets you talk to Vivi and have Garnet be in the item shop, which is going to be our first item shop of the run.
The bar is the quickest one to transition in and out of. That's right next to Vivi, but you do have to visit the garden one time and then 2 other points. So we just do the bar twice because it's right here. And now we got our second kidnapping of the game. Vivi's now stolen.
He's amazed by chocobos because he's never seen them, and then he gets kidnapped.
This is gonna be good.
Feels bad.
My man.
So Dagger, unsurprisingly, has pretty much been sheltered her entire life, and she's just sort of amazed by literally everything in this small village. Here we're just picking the second option twice because it's the fastest way, because we don't really care about what she has to say, so we just want to get rid of her as quickly as possible so we can buy the stuff we need to continue. So
I think first option is actually slightly fat, but it's like hardly anything.
So this shop's actually pretty important because we're going to be making use of the well-known cotton robe exploit in this run. Because we had 100 nobles, we're actually able to make more, but in essence, what this allows us to do is... Those kids are a nightmare. But yeah, the cotton robes, in essence, what it is it's an item that costs less to make than it does to resell it. So it's a really nice way to get early gold because obviously it's free money. Getting 100 nobles is useful because we can buy more materials to make more of them early on, and it just sort of further cements our already good guild situation.
So we find out Steiner is looking for the adults because peculiarly, aside from the hotel owner, everybody here has been a child running this village. And so Steiner ends up getting roped into like cleaning dishes and doing other homey things for this young lass. Who is, 12 and serving people at a bar, so sure.
Things are different in the country.
And you're not allowed to use credit here, if you noticed. Why it's in English, I don't know, but...
So Zidane sort of realizes that something is up and that they haven't heard from Vivi in a while, so they're gonna go take a look for him. This is sort of the second instance where the pesky kids can get in our way again as well. they always sort of start in this cycle, but depending where you are, they can actually...
I usually try to trap them like
Yeah,
this.
like, yeah.
You going nowhere, boy.
Yeah, it's usually the way when you're running towards a garden the first time, that's when they really control you.
The best is when they're running on either side, when you sort of get like pincered by them and just stuck in place.
Yeah, or sometimes they'll just like be standing still and then like at the last minute like go and jump in front of you.
So now we're standing where we were looking with Vivi earlier, and we hear some child crying, and we find out that Vivi's actually under the ground somehow. So we have to find our way there.
You gotta make sure you don't mash too much there because you can accidentally go and look back down the hole.
So we're making our way into the underground here, and this is again sort of the first showing of a really important plot point in the game.
I really like the silence here. So they have the really nice, calming music, and then they really intentionally cut it entirely out and replace it with nothing and just this ominous nothingness. As we start to put together that this town has some pretty not so good things going on. And Garnet identifies the symbol on this barrel here is actually the symbol of Alexandria, which is the city that she's the princess of. So they have some dealings with one another.
And I think we're gonna get a save here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the next boss fight can actually be pretty
It's probably
pretty tricky.
probably the second most dangerous boss fight of this disc.
Although at everyone at level 4,
Yeah, exactly,
it's not quite as... And of course, well, I'll talk about it when we get to it. This is going to be another one of those differences between JP and NA version.
I like how you just back in the barrel. I'll see ya. You can actually pick up the leather wrist in that chest on the ground there if you are low on gil, but it's much faster to just buy it in the shop when you buy the wrists and the feather hat, if you have the gil to afford it.
So they hear the crying again, and they realize that Vivi, or Kitty, is trapped in this box. And this is actually one of my favorite scenes early on, because Zidane is basically teaching him bad things to call people when they try to kidnap him, I guess.
Get off me, you scumbag. And Garnet's like really confused by the term scumbag because she hasn't been exposed to bad mouthing.
Yes, they can see something is really off here because there's something coming out of a conveyor belt, and there's all these barrels around with the Alexandria symbol on, so they realize that something is being made for Alexandria, but they don't know it yet.
So I'm gonna do a quick little menu here, just so he equipped the leather wrist on Zidane. That's actually gonna give him okay, actually, yeah, so the slide skip there. If you walk, normally you will, when he gets there, he'll slide a bit.
Quando Papiro. Чё? Что хотишь? Ну, да, ну, ладно. Ну, понятно. Да. Ну да. Ну да, это нет, я не буду этим завлечен. Вот это вот делать.
Don't screw this up.
You talking to yourself again? Bring it home!
Let's do this. Let's do this. Don't stop now.
You ain't gonna get away. Don't stop till
I've
it's
got
done.
this. Keep it together.
About damn time.
Вот это он, да, игру сам, да. Ну да. Наоборот, да, да. Ага.
But alrighty. Alright. Let's resume. Let us resume. We just finished up Cosmo Canyon. And gonna be going to Nibelheim. I stopped here last time because I figured that it was possible that, you know, something interesting could happen in Nibelheim. Whether it be in the Mount Nibel area or, like, you know, the Shinra Mansion or whatnot. This is all burnt down, right? Yep. So yeah, vanilla dialogue still. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the next story sequence to come out of nowhere. Alright, I'm just gonna look for items in the houses and whatnot.
Ну и чё? Нет, если бы я этим занимался, наверное, как бы всерьез.
So, deep friend, honestly, the entire game is different. Like the entire game.
В какой-то момент это уже взбесило, надоело просто, да, я понял. Да. Потому что, да, и все время разочарование, понимаешь? То есть, понимаю там тебя просто. Нет, что ли? Ну ладно. Да, наоборот. Ну, наоборот, значит, да. Ну, да.
If you want a link to the thread that kind of goes over the changes, you can type !NT. You're lying. Oh, I wanted to say never mind. Yo, what's up, Cetra? Alright, is there anything that I could buy? But yeah, just gonna do that, that. Okay. There's a nice little restock. Let's see. This guy's an item, right? Yeah, a holy torch, okay. Ooh, platinum fist, okay. Alright, I'm gonna play the piano in disc 3. Yeah. Alright. Let us see. Wait. There's Platinum Fist and Platinum Knuckle. Okay. It said Platinum Fist, but it gives me the Platinum Knuckle. Okay. Interesting. This is pretty cool. We can give her some strength modifying materia. Yeah. So you'll give her a restore, and then you know what? I don't think having an exit materia is a bad idea, honestly.
У меня столько не было всего добра.
I don't think having an exit materia is a bad idea, and you know what? Yeah. So you'll give her a restore, and then you know what? I don't think having an exit materia is a bad idea, honestly. Oh! Okay, that's new. Alright. Let's hit it with a save.
А, так это просто переработка же, да. Ну да. Это просто как бы подделка ни о чем просто, да. Ну да.
want to check out these guys first. He's inside the mansion. Alright, well. Hello. Want something? Talk to the captain. Stay out of the way.
Ну, фанаты просто доделывают игры. Вот им через 30 лет им показалось, что игра достаточно хороша, они ее взяли и доделали. Под новые стандарты какие-нибудь подпилили. Сложность убрали. Сделали, ну да, казуализм, например, или наоборот что-нибудь. Кстати, это тоже хороший вариант, чтобы она играбельна была. Ну да, у тебя просто, да.
There's a dangerous fugitive inside. Who are we? We're tourists. Why not visit Rocket Town? Alright, we're Avalanche. Or wait. Yeah, we're Avalanche. Oh, well, I guess that means... Alright. Alright, let's go. Aerith has no materia. Why? Oh, because Red has it. Oh, okay. Alright, this is fine. Is it fine? Is it really fine, though? I think it's gonna be fine. Alright, so they can't be confused. Let's go for the side guys first. Ow. I should have sorted my items again. Limit filled. You don't like to see it here. Alright, at least that person can be poisoned. That's something we can do. Oh, well. At least it makes them waste a turn. Oh, we can deadly waste everyone. Okay. But they do have wall. I believe... Oh no, Red 13 had the D-barrier. Yeah, okay. Well... Okay. Oh. Wait. Why did you attack your friend? Oh, Aerith is dual. Alright, so Aerith is losing health. Antidote heals dual, right? Yeah, okay. Oh no, I want you to hold time. Alright, let's make them waste the turn again. Alright, they're gonna haste up. But we can make them waste the turn. Alright. That's a start. But yeah, we definitely gotta get some materia on there. Alright, this is fine.
Ну да. Это так просто прикол, я ее вообще не знаю, как быть. смешно даже звучит вообще просто, да, ну просто из прошлого поколения, наверное. Или прошлого. Менее инфантильное, чем...
Балбес
чем
ты
может
ша...
быть, чем сейчас. Чем современность нам позволит. А что такое? Это что она здесь делает? Вот именно, я тоже так считаю, да. Потому что, да, понимаю, я понял. Да. Может сказать, что не наросло еще там, в этом одна мелочь.
Hello, I'm Penelope
Может быть так, да, понимаю. Ну, то есть ты мелочь получается, да. Ну, ты, ну ничего не... А может действительно тупо.
Roskell. I'm a pianist and I'm a professor of piano and piano pedagogy at Trinity Laban Conservatoire of Music and Dance in London. I'm also the author of a book called The Complete of Piano and Piano Pedagogy at Trinity Laban Conservatoire of Music and Dance in London. I'm also the author of a book called The Complete Pianist, From Healthy Technique to Natural Artistry. And I'm also a specialist in pianists' injuries and in injury prevention. The course covers so many different aspects of piano teaching, from very general things like how we warm up and how we sit and hand position and so on, through to different types of finger touch, different ways of playing chords, and then all the different movements that we do on the piano, for instance, leaps and rotation, different sound quality and dynamics, pedaling, and much more. When you first introduce chords to a beginner, I find it's much better to introduce just an open fifth, using the thumb and fifth finger, rather than try and play a three-note triad. And the reason for that is because the thumb and the fifth finger are much more anatomically independent of each other and of the fingers. So students usually find it's much easier to coordinate those two fingers together. A beginner may well find it's quite hard to just play 1, 3 and 5, and in the effort to put down the third but not to put down the fourth, they may end up starting to lift the 2 and 4 in that way, to just play 1, 3 and 5, and in the effort to put down the third but not to put down the fourth, they may end up starting to lift the 2 and 4 in that way, or really press with the third, or start to become very tense in the wrist. So I like to start with just teaching a parachute touch onto a fifth in that way. Now, just to remind you, I'll just run through very quickly the technique for the parachute touch. You can start by doing a very loose swing, which is a great warm-up for doing the parachute touch. Okay? Then you just imagine that the hand is a hot air balloon. It just floats up into the air. Remember that you're looking for the hand being very relaxed when it gets to the top. And then it just parachutes down very gradually. And you do that quite a few times with your breath, breathing in, breathing out, in, out. And then just start to minimize the movement until it's around piano playing area. So what we're using here is gravity, just letting the hand drop down with gravity. You can drop onto your knee, you can drop onto the piano lid, and then you can just drop onto a fifth. Now, most of us have been taught that D major in the left hand starts with fifth finger, and I'm sure many of you will have played it in that way. And this is what happens when we play it without fingering. Now, I have to take the third finger over, and it has to come quite a long way over to get onto a white note. But look where my second finger is. It's not ready in position for the C sharp. Then the same again happens here. The fourth finger comes over. The third has to move into position. So there's quite a lot of twisting and turning or finding of notes. It doesn't fit naturally under the hand. And if you try it now and just play a D major scale, ascending and descending, you may notice that it's not fully even. Now, the way I introduce this finger flick is it's a movement which is coming this way. So it's that movement. Now, I don't just do it from this middle joint. I'm actually doing it from this joint. So everything just bends a little bit. And I start by just doing, I call it dusting the fleck of dust off the key. So you're just flicking something off the key in that way. And I think if you do it really lightly like that and you're not trying to put the key down, you see how I'm keeping my arm really light and relaxed. So I'm not doing that, I'm not keeping it rigid at all, just letting the arm go with it and just do this. In that way. So a wonderful advanced example of the triple throw is the Rachmaninoff Prelude in G minor. So this partially depressed pedal, or the halo pedal as I call it, is ideal for creating a glow within a fairly light texture. So it's really ideal for the French repertoire, 20th century French repertoire. So for instance, La Fille aux cheveux de lin by Debussy, the girl with the flaxen hair. Now at the beginning, I could play it with no pedal, but it would sound a bit dry. Now, I could try it with the pedal all the way down. Now, it becomes very harmonious. We don't really hear it as a very interesting melody, so it's become too harmonic. So we might say to ourselves, well, we'll change the pedal a little bit more frequently. So you could do that. So pedal down, change, 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 change. Which is quite nice, but you get quite a big difference between the pedaling sound and the very dry sound. So what I do there again is just put the pedal part of the way down so that we get that glow to the sound, the warmth, without the thickness. And you can see that the dampers are a little bit up, but they're not all the way up, so it just produces that subtle additional pedal.
Introducing Speechula, the most natural sounding text-to-speech software on the market. Hey, I'm Joey, and I'm one of the 30 AI voices from Speechula. You listened to this video until now and you probably couldn't tell I'm not a real human voice. That's because I understand exactly what each phrase is saying, and I know how to put inflections in my voice, just like a real human would do. I was coded in that way that my neurolinguistic engine will analyze the phrases, and I'll understand when I'm enumerating something, when I have to emphasize a word, or I need to take a deep breath. But you don't have to worry about any of these things. With Speechelo you can generate as many voiceovers as you want with only 3 clicks. Yes, you heard me right. Only 3 clicks. Click number 1. Just paste the text you want to be transformed into speech in our online text editor. Click number 2. Choose the language and voice that you want to use. We offer male, female, and even kids' voices. And finally, click number 3. Click on generate and in 5 seconds your voiceover is ready to be downloaded. How cool is that? And you didn't have to pay a single cent. And didn't have to wait a week to receive your voiceover. We offer voices that are perfect for training videos, voices that are perfect for presentation videos, and voices that sound like Hollywood movie trailers, and even kid voices that sound joyful and innocent. All our voices have elements that make a voice sound real, and include all the voice expressions needed to make people more engaged in your content and make it sound professional. Actually, 98% of the people hearing a voiceover generated with Speechelo can't tell it's not a real human voice. This video is created with a voice from Speechelo, and you are still here, watching and listening to what I have to say. That proves my point.
Hi there, welcome to this.
You can make something that looks like a piano fairly easily, but to get it to sound like an instrument is very difficult.
You have people in love with their instruments. I like the piano to sort of play back a little bit.
There's something really magical about this.
Cabinet makers are a dying breed.
See all the little scrapes and everything? That's what makes it, like, you feel like you're actually accomplishing something, you know?
Ну что ты хочешь? Это брезать, говорит, там, брезать просто. Да, да. Ну да, наоборот. Ну и что? Наоборот. Пусть тебя играет, я помогаю.
Walnut, mahogany, ebony, no matter what it is, we have it covered.
You want to separate them?
The way we build the piano today, it was built over 100 years ago. I can't think of anything else what we produce today, which is so conservative and where we haven't changed basically whatsoever, like the piano.
what do I know about pianos? I never played them. I was like, wow. When they told me the cost of it, I figured, what, 5,000, 25,000 just to start, you know? And just the way every floor is covered in pianos. And I know I can't afford, nobody I know can afford really pianos. So it's kind of cool because, like, you know, you take pride in it. If you look, like, you see all the little scrapes and everything, that's what makes it, like, you feel like you're actually accomplishing something, you know? Like, you take pride in it.
I've been doing pianos for 42 years, and I talk about pianos. I live pianos, and pianos is my whole life. I think pianos have different personality, like kind of the wood, and the hammer, the felt, everything is handmade. So every piano is a little different, and sounds a little different. Every piano got its own personality, and you just gotta bring it out.
I think you can make something that looks like a piano, maybe fairly easily, but to get it to sound like an instrument is very difficult. The tone of the piano is so much not only a part of the wood, but even of the construction, that just the slightest variation can change the sound. It can even fail if you try to push it too fast. The conditioning room is the place where it rests, just like a person would rest and get ready for the next day.